Good morning, everybody. Welcome to NinjaTrader Live. My name is Jim Cagnina, a senior market analyst, and I am joined by our senior economist, the fabulous Tracy Shuchart, aka Shy Girl. Tracy, how are you?
I am good this morning. How are you doing this morning?
Doing good, doing good. I did go out to dinner last night. I got to tell you, I usually don't go out on the weekdays, and I realized at the restaurant at about 10 o'clock last night, it was past my bedtime. I had to get home.
Well, all right.
Oh man. Anyway, well, so I don't know what's going on in the markets. I mean, I don't know. I mean, the equity markets are just the gift that keep on giving. I mean, especially the E-mini S&P trading higher above that 6,400 level. What do you make of it?
We're still holding there. There's a lot of hopium and trade optimism going on right now. I think particularly after we kind of sealed the deal with Japan, sort of. So, just quickly, because of again, the trade tariffs were the highlight of the overnight news. So I'm just going to go through some of the headlines that are sort of facing the market this morning. We have Trump says countries will face tariffs ranging from 15 to 50%, which is a large move. He said he's not going to go below 15%. And so he said we're going to have a straight, simple tariff anywhere between 15 and 50, 50 tariffs. He said we have a couple of countries will have 50 because we haven't been getting along with those countries too well. So it isn't going to be just a 15% straight across the board, but 15% is higher than the 10% that is currently on everybody, why we're waiting for this pause. Then moving on, so we have this morning the EU sounding very upbeat about trade talks. They said we have no intention to bring additional countermeasures between now and August 1st, and we believe a negotiated outcome is within reach. Markets seem to like that, even though yesterday the White House reporting on a possible EU trade deal said any discussion about possible trade deals should be considered speculation. So we'll see what's going on with that. But the EU sounds very upbeat this morning. We had Japan's tariff negotiator out this morning or in the overnight saying there is no difference in understanding between Japan and the U.S. regarding the trade deal. He said that there had been no discussions with President Trump or U.S. officials on how to implement the deal exactly, and Japan is currently not considering signing a legally binding agreement. So I guess, again, it's broad strokes, and they're still working out the details. Then we have U.S. Treasury Secretary Bessent told the Fox News that Trump will likely announce a successor to Fed Chair Powell in December or January. Reminder, his term is slated to end in May of 2026. And then last but not least, the White House has announced that Trump is going to visit the Federal Reserve building today. So we should get, I'm sure we will get some Truth Social posts about that.
It's funny because yesterday I think Bessent said that he meets Powell on a weekly basis for lunch or breakfast or something like that. And when I was thinking, does he just say, "Hey, Jerome, listen, the president's going to call you a knucklehead this week, okay? Just be ready."
Probably.
Oh man. Well, good morning, traders. Good morning, chat. Appreciate you guys being here today. I think there's could be some movement today. I'm kind of excited. I broke out my gray NinjaTrader labeled shirt today to get ready. We got some great guests today, as well as our regular contributors and live trading and stuff like that. Maybe we could talk about Michele right away. Tell us about our
Yeah.
special guest today, Michele.
So Michele Schneider is the chief strategist at Market Gauge financial publication. She's also partner at MGA MLLC RIA. She's also the author of Plant Your Money Tree and a former NYMEX member. So she has been on the floor. So it'd be interesting to talk to her about markets and commodities and what's going on.
Yeah, no, for sure. I was looking this morning. The first thing I look at now in the morning is the crypto futures, and I was kind of looking across the board to see if we're back up or back down because these things move in big percentages all the time relative to some of the other commodities we usually track right now. I got, Ether is up 1.82%. Depending on what month you're looking at. I'm looking at the July month, which is the front month. Although Ripple is down, we still had, you talked about that yesterday about pending some regulatory approval there.
Yeah, we it was the ETF by BitMEX. I can't pronounce that this morning. Anyway, they're still pending approval, so we are seeing some softness in some of those altcoins. Sol is down as well. But it looks like we have the majors like ETH and Bitcoin kind of back up this morning after they kind of were brought down by the whole sentiment value yesterday.
Yeah, so they're a roller coaster ride, but I think as we see more and more volume going forward, they're going to be definitely tradable. Treasuries, the bonds are down today a little bit, about 10 handles, still at that 113 handle. I thought the 20-year auction yesterday, I know it's not a 30-year, but it's a 20-year auction yesterday, wasn't bad. I mean, I think we had a better coverage this time than the previous time. And so there seems to be, and the indirect bidders there's a high percentage of indirect bidders as well yesterday. So, the bid to cover went up to 2.79 from 2.68. I don't know if the 30-year cared about it much or not, but I was encouraged by that.
Yeah, absolutely. I can think the headlines out this morning regarding the Treasury market is that Treasuries slip as trade deal hopes sap demand for safe haven assets. So that's what they're saying this morning and why we are down slightly across the curve.
Yeah, I mean, this morning I woke up, bonds were down. You see a little red candle there in the chart. We're still below that two of my anchored VWAP measurements there. Cash yield this morning kind of creeped up a little bit higher, closer to that 5% level. Last time I checked, I don't know, 15 minutes ago or so, it was 4.966%. But still, we've been just hovering around this 5% in the 30-year for a long period of time here. And it almost, I'm going to defer to Deli on this. It just seems like we're really kind of sideways. This market's waiting for an excuse to trend one way or the other.
Yeah, absolutely. On the plus side, we do have crude positive this morning, first time in a while. But what I found was interesting is that, yesterday, particularly, every time we kind of slipped below that 65 area, we got bought right back up again. Again, that is the kind of the psychological level where we will start seeing crude production come offline if we stay below 65 for any real length of time. So it seems like that area for right now, at least, since for basically all of June and so far July, that is holding as a floor.
Yeah, I mean, it's hard to see on this chart. Let me try to expand this a little bit, but ever since, I don't know, the 15th of July, we have a series of baby candles, right? There's small body candles. Maybe you would argue, well, this one's decent, but not really. Compared to history, these are kind of small candles here, and the range is kind of tight. So if I were to tighten up my rectangle a little bit and say, hey, 62.25 is support, and I would say, hey, 66.85 is resistance. We're kind of in a tight channel here, and it's suggesting that this market is in a happy place.
Yeah, absolutely. And so I think, again, it's sitting kind of at that critical level. So we'll, see how things go. One would think if we start making all of these trade deals, then the global economy is not going to be in a terrible position as once thought. And that should, give a boost to demand overall for the energy markets.
Yeah, interesting. So anyway, we'll keep our eye on that too. Love the micro crude, love the big crude for trading. I don't know if any of the traders out there are doing it on a regular basis, but I encourage you guys to look at the energy markets. They're super exciting. Lots of potential either way. And Tracy Silver though still couldn't quite grasp $40.
I know, right? Irritating me, but we're still, still holding well into the 39s right now. And so we will, see what happens. This market is a little bit squirrely, right? But we have broken out, and so we'll kind of see where things go. Of course, traders are happy with it over 39, and we'll see. I mean, it still charts overall still looks bullish. This pullback has worked off some of that overbought territory, so we'll see what happens during the day, but it's still holding up nicely in the face of the fact that we have these trade deals and we're kind of seeing some risk off in safe haven assets this morning. But again, this is also an industrial metal.
Yeah, it totally makes sense. And the thing we aren't really talking about, which, I don't know, go back 2 years ago, it's all we'd be talking about other than interest rates, is earnings. I mean, earnings are coming out. We had a couple big earnings yesterday after the close, and we have more today.
Yep, absolutely. We'll get a chance to talk to Michele about that. We'll see what her views are on that for sure. And I just want to go over, we do have some data today. I know we haven't had real data all week, so just wanted to go over that. Of course, this morning at 8:30, we have jobless claims, continuing claims, Chicago Fed national activity, and building permits. At 9:45, we have S&P Global Manufacturing, PMI, and Services. 10 a.m. we have new home sales, 11:30 natural gas storage, and 11 a.m. KC Fed manufacturing and composite index. So all eyes on jobless claims and continuing claims. We have non-Pharm next Friday, so people will be looking at this for any clues, again, on the labor market.
Yeah, I mean, Kansas City Fed, that's your home state, right, Missouri?
Yes, it is my home state. We have two. We have two Federal Reserves there. We have St. Louis and Kansas City.
Oh my! You know what? That's a great factoid. I never even thought of that. You're represented.
Well,
man.
there you go. There's your fact. There's your factoid.
Oh my God. I'm kind of interested though in PMI. I thought I saw at least, they do the PMI, a lot of PMIs come out internationally all at the same time. And I thought when I glanced at the euro, they seem to be above 50 in both categories, as I remember.
Yeah, expected for U.S. PMI is 52.7. Prior was 52.9. So we are expected also to be over 50, which is expansionary territory for those that aren't quite familiar with that index.
Yeah, very, very cool. Well, chat. Engineer Bear, good to see you. Carlos, New York Yankees, is with us. Good to see you. Carlos has been around for a long time. Appreciate you being here. Appreciate everybody being here today on NinjaTrader Live. We have a great lineup, great guests today, great live trading today. Thursdays, I love Thursdays because there's surprises on Thursdays, right? You look at the Tuesday, Wednesday, Thursday meet of the week where, a lot of traders are trading, and sometimes Thursdays slow down, but I don't think so. I think we're going to get a little movement today.
All right, we'll see.
All right, so special guest, let us go ahead and bring in Michele Schneider at Market Minute. Michele, good morning. How are you?
Great, and it's such a pleasure because Tracy and I have never met personally, even though we've stood basically back to back in the same room at money shows in the past. So I'm really thrilled to meet you finally. And Jim, I don't know you as well, or at least I'm meeting you for the first time. So thank you. Thank you for having me on.
That's all right. No one knows who I am. I keep a low profile. So Michele, thanks again for being here. Right off the bat, we were talking with Tracy a second ago, and in this environment, it almost seems like the earnings announcements are, it's a shoulder shrug. It doesn't seem to be the focus anymore. And I just wanted to ask you, is that true, or what are we seeing in some of these earnings coming out?
Well, personally, I've never really took the earnings as anything particularly forward thinking. The guidance to me was always more interesting, or whether it beat, or did not meet the expectations. So, I'm not that kind of a trader that sits there and crunches numbers on earnings. However, with that said, Tesla's not really a surprise because obviously everything that's been going on politically with Elon, and then the numbers missing so much. And even though he's trying to expand the business, I wouldn't necessarily say it's dead. Google was no surprise because there's been a lot of chatter about how even their Google searches, which people left for dead, was doing better than they thought, some of the other revenues. In terms of the other companies, AI companies doing well, I think that's not a big surprise. For me, what I'm really going to be interested in is what happens once we start looking at the more consumer-based stocks. I mean, we saw Chipotle, and not that I would consider that to be a barometer, but I'll be looking a lot at what happens with places where people shop. When we get to Costco and Walmart and Target and Ulta and some of those other places.
Oh yeah, I mean, I single-handedly support the Costco stock. Every time I go there, it's just boots on the ground. It's
Yeah.
you're
I don't
waiting in
think I've
line.
ever gotten out of there without spending $500. I don't even know what I buy, but it always seems to be at least $500.
I know, and you always end up with that one thing. It's like you don't need, but it's like, oh look, you could extend this, and it could clean out the gutter, and you could just stand there and hold it. You don't need that, but you're gonna buy it because it's super cool.
Right, exactly. But I'm not in the stock right now. I'm looking elsewhere when it comes to the retail space, but we can get to that.
Okay, and so let's think about tariffs though. So it seems to be obviously tariffs are the focus on market sentiment and the trader behavior lately. Every time there's a tweet, or I guess they're called X's now, or Truth Social, wherever they're coming from, it moves the markets considerably.
Well, I think the biggest focus that I'm looking at in terms of tariffs really is the metals, particularly the industrial metals, and what really happens when we're talking about steel and copper, because we know that can wreak a lot of havoc in other places, not only on pushing costs into the consumers, but in terms of buying cars and things like that, but just, overall construction and housing, and how inflationary, or in this case, stagflationary, will that wind up being? I haven't really seen much in terms of food, although it does seem like anything that's being imported into the United States food-wise is very, very expensive. So there is an impact there. It's hard to say. I try to stay out of the political realm and even trying to guess what the tariff situation is. What I am all about is relationships. I look at the relationships of what I call the inside sectors of the US economy. I look at what I call my trifecta of inflation to see how that's doing. And then I look at certain technical indicators, like in this case, the most important one to me right now is the calendar range, because we do that twice a year, January and July, and the year of a new administration is particularly important. So I like to see what is trying to break out, what is still well underperforming, and what has broken out and might then actually fail. which is exactly what happened in January. We saw this breakout initially, and then, of course, everything started to fail into the April trough. So that's kind of how I focus, as opposed to trying to make sense of all the headlines, because I think you can go nuts trying to do that.
Yeah.
And I wanted to ask first, first a question just about the broader markets, about the index. Obviously, we're all futures traders here, and so what are your thoughts on the ES and Nasdaq? I mean, it seems to be just just a grind higher, even though we keep hearing that everything is going to be terrible because of these tariffs, and we're going to see inflation, and yet markets seem to brush that off and just continue to move higher. So what are your thoughts on that? Do you see us making any sort of a correction at any point, or are we just grinding higher?
Well, that's a great question, Tracy. So essentially what's happened yesterday in particular, well, obviously we haven't opened yet today, was that the S&P 500, NASDAQ, the Dow even, and the Russell 2000, that's what I'm particularly interested in right now, they all cleared their July highs yesterday. And this is kind of what happened in January. This is what I'm talking about. So in terms of the actual breadth of the market, we know that there is some deterioration under the surface. But in terms of the overall indices and even retail sector, which is something that I watch very keenly because of its impact on GDP, we're seeing all of that break out as of this end of this week, and we'll see if we get some follow through. If we get follow through, I think you have to stay long till you're wrong kind of thing. I don't believe that you should try to second guess when the shoe's going to drop. However, with that said, if the highs of what we saw coming into yesterday, or the lows, I should say, of yesterday, which would match the July high, start to fail, then I think what we're seeing right now is where those euphoria numbers come in, and maybe we're a little bit overdone and we're due. And then some of these underlying factors that we've been talking about here, like tariffs and some of the other aspects that are impacting the market. I saw the lead economic indicators. I don't know if this was correct or not, but maybe Tracy, you know probably better than I do, that they were down, showing the potential of a recession, which is really interesting. So my big question right now from a macro standpoint is, are we going into a disinflation? And my guess would probably be no, or at least nuanced. Or are we going into stagflation or deeper stagflation? And my guess would be yes, that's kind of where we are at. And can things run for a while into that area until at some point we start to see some kind of reckoning?
Yeah, I mean, that seems to make sense. We have metals up, we have, commodities in general sort of up. When does that start filtering into the market? Which kind of leads me to energy, which I wanted to talk to you a little about. We at $65, that is, even though it's not the highs that we've seen, particularly since 2022, after the Russian invasion of Ukraine, but it's still higher than kind of we have been trading overall. Yet, what are your thoughts exactly on this market, and why do you think sentiment has been so poor across the energy sector? Because we're not just seeing it in prices, but stocks as well are very unloved.
Exactly. And that's when I get interested. And I've been actually watching a lot of your posts about some of the fundamentals, particularly the lowering of the rig counts, the lack of incentive for producers to continue to keep drilling at these low prices. We read the story, I think it was Chevron, that said they're basically not going to do any drilling at all. They're just going to live off of their cash assets until 2027. These are the kinds of things that a commodities trader, and I know you are one as well, really loves to see. I mean, from a humanities standpoint, I always have to say commodities, when they go up, it's usually for bad reasons for society. So you always have to kind of get through that. But from an actual standpoint as a commodities trader, the fact that oil has not been able to get below $64 a barrel, and the fact that it has held this up this well, and knowing I live right by the Permian Basin, and I speak to a lot of oil and gas people here in New Mexico, and they're very, very bullish, more in natural gas than in oil, but for all the reasons that we've been talking about. So I look at it from a chart. So to me, if we get out over $68 a barrel, and I'm talking WTI, I think that's a huge breakout that has to be followed. And then, like I always say, the price dictates the narrative. We'll figure out why after the fact, but that's kind of what I'm looking at right now. And natural gas, which has just been beaten to a pulp, that may not necessarily be as impacted producers in price. I've read that it depends on the different factors of how suffering the producers become as the price goes down. But nonetheless, I think it's been oversold. And I see it's getting a little bit of a bid today, not much. But if we can get back over, let's say, 440, 450, 460 in natural gas, I think that would be a huge breakout as well. So I'm really on it right now. I think energy and even XLE as an ETF started to break out yesterday. I think that's really where we might see the money in the next few months.
I would love that to happen. Thank you. To tell you the truth. And then I kind of want to move to the precious metals markets. Obviously, we've seen a huge breakout in gold and silver and platinum and even palladium a little bit, even though palladium I don't really consider that much of a precious metal. But so what are your thoughts on this market? A little overdone, or do we due for a pullback, or what are your thoughts on those metals?
Well, number one, I've been into gold and silver, like you, Tracy, for probably about 3 or 4 years now. I mean, ever since we came back after the low in October of 2022, I started building up a position in gold and silver in particular. And then obviously when copper started to move over 5, that was also a really interesting point to break out. You know, what's so interesting is that they're still, even though they've gone up so much, from a retail standpoint, I think they're still pretty much unloved as well, for different reasons than energy, obviously. But I still see tremendous potential in silver in particular. I think if I had to pick one, that's the one that I'm really mostly closely watching. We got up close to $40 and we backed off, but not by very much. And that's what we've been seeing. Every time we dip from a new high, the bears come out. Oh yeah, that's it, the metals are over. But from a fundamental and technical standpoint, I think we're a long way from proving that case. Maybe if we broke down under, let's say, $34 an ounce in silver, I would say, okay, that's it, all's over. And the same thing with gold. I mean, we got back over 3,400, close to 3,500. We broke down 3,200. To me was like an incredible buy opportunity, and we didn't even get down there. I think they're still very, very strong, and I still see a lot of upside. I think you just have to be more in the patience side of things. As far as platinum and palladium, you know, I traded on NYMEX for years, as you had mentioned before, and actually those metals those traders, those brokers in the pit were in a completely different room. So we never, like you, never really considered them to be serious. That doesn't mean that there isn't money to be made, but I'm still maybe from old school, more focused on the gold and the silver.
So Michele, we're gonna break for news in a second, but I want to ask you this question about copper. You know, we refer to copper as Dr. Copper, a gauge of the global economy. Is this drive towards $6 a tariff move, or is there some underlying kind of, you know, hey, the global economy is good, and we're going to need a lot of copper. Demand's going to be high here.
Well, that would be the traditional school of thought, right? But I think that copper is going up in great part because of the tariffs and because there's been talk of shortages for years now. I mean, it's something that has to be mined. And the idea of bringing copper mining back to the US is probably a lofty ambition, to be delicate about it. And so, yes, there's been some level, at least in Europe, economic expansion, to the surprise of many at the start of this year, doing very, very well. China, obviously, a player. But I think it's more tariff-driven than economic-driven in this country. We know housing prices are still going up, but yet we can also see that housing sales have started to flatten a little bit, to decline because of those housing prices, and copper's a factor in all of that. So yeah, I don't know if it's necessarily just one thing. I think it's a combination of things. I would love to say it's because we're seeing this great economic expansion in the United States, but I'm not so sure that's true just yet.
Got it. That makes total sense. Shai, we have some news popping in right now.
Yep, absolutely. So we have up in 15 seconds or so, we have initial jobless claims survey is 226K, and continuing claims survey is 1.954 million. Both of those are in line from what we've been seeing for weeks and weeks and weeks. So let's see what the number is. Come on. All right. Here we go. So lower than expected initial claims, 217, and continuing claims came in at 1.955, 1.954 was expected. So continuing claims in line with the survey, and initial claims less than expected. So it seems, at least on the outset of these numbers, that the labor market is not collapsing by any stretch of the imagination yet.
So yeah, I mean, the stock index futures haven't really moved that much. Even the S&P is still just kind of sitting around that 6,400 level right now. Yeah, a slight downtick, but no surprises there. I guess my question to Michele would be, is labor under control? Do we have to worry about this? Does the Fed have to worry about this part of the dual mandate, or is that rear view mirror stuff? We're focusing on inflation.
For me, it's rearview mirror stuff and focusing on inflation. Again, we're in a huge just shift in so many different areas, and even in terms of labor, with AI and robotics, we're seeing a lot of things that are going to shift in terms of the types of jobs people can get or things that go away. And I wouldn't necessarily judge that as a bad thing. I think that's just evolution, and probably at some point will create different types of jobs. And what we're seeing, obviously, is that, like, for example, in the hospitality industry, where there is a labor shortage, I think the biggest shift we may see in terms of the labor, what we're already starting to see, is that a lot of the lesser paying jobs, or jobs that are more been involved with people that are undocumented, those are starting to find a shortage, and the hospitality whole industry has been impacted as a result. Like I read in California, the people who work for hotels are wanting $30 an hour. That would just be devastating, I think, to a lot of the hotel chains that are already experiencing such high costs. And how much is the consumer? How can they pass that on to the consumer paying for hotels? I'm already seeing hotel prices going up again. So that's where I think the labor is impacting the most, as far as I can see from my purview. In terms of the rest, as the young generation shifts more into tech and AI and robotics and programming and all of that, I think that's been a good thing. And I also think a lot of people, especially younger people, are supplanting their incomes with trading. I mean, that's one of the reasons why we're up here, right? Is from the retail investors.
The rise of retail, absolutely. So we have a couple minutes left. Shai, what am I forgetting to ask here?
So I wanted to know really what particular sectors are you focused on right now that maybe have caught your fancy, so to speak?
Well, we talked about energy and metals, and also even the softs. Like I've been watching DBA, which is a nice conglomerate of agriculturals and softs. That also, even though it's come down from the high substantially, it's still, compared to where it was, let's say in 2020 before COVID, doing pretty well. So getting back to that trifecta, I mean, obviously the dollar being weaker is part of that. The gold to silver ratio, where silver starts to outperform, is part of that. And sugar is part of that. And sugar, with the announcement of Coca-Cola, doesn't necessarily mean that sugar is going to go up. There are other factors that make sugar go up, and a lot of them have to do with countries that are in economic trying times turn to sugar or turn to comfort food. So that's one area I'm looking at, still very much in commodities. Outside of that, I've been fascinated by the diet drugs. I am so fascinated by the fact that pretty much everybody I know that has suffered with either being overweight or even actual obesity is on these drugs and have lost weight and feel so much better. So I'm looking not at just the diet drugs themselves through Novo Nordisk and Eli Lilly, but also looking at what people do once they lose weight. Well, they buy makeup, they buy supplements, they go to the gym, they buy more physical attire to go work out. And if you look at that whole board of stocks right now, look at Ulta. Ulta has rallied $150, and yet you never even hear about it on media very much, right? It's not an AI stock, but yet that's been doing well. Elf Beauty has risen, and New Skin that came in from the dead. Stitch Fix, which actually people can buy clothes at home, custom made for them in return. That would be great for somebody who just lost a lot of weight and may not necessarily want to go to a store to buy clothes. This is really where I'm looking, and I think it's going to be a huge trend as those drugs get more affordable and more mainstream.
Wow, that's great. I mean, I could talk to you all day long. Unfortunately, we are out of time, and I like the way you kind of drew that, kind of made that connection between the drugs and then the health and then the beauty all together. That was awesome. I never thought of it that way. Folks, you could find Michele on X at Market Minute. At Market Minute, we'll go ahead and cut that into the a chat in a second. And then your website is marketgauge.com. Is that correct?
That is correct.
Awesome. Well, thank you so much for being here with us. We greatly appreciate it. It was awesome intel, and looking forward to talking to you again.
Thank you so much. It was great to meet you all, and or I should say, see you personally. And I look forward to coming back as well. Thank you.
Awesome.
Excellent.
All right. All right. Well, she was awesome, man. I gotta
Yeah,
say.
she is great.
Yeah. Wow. All right.
So-
Follow her on X. Follow her on X, everybody. Anyway, Shai,
Absolutely. All right.
it's that time. The man, the myth, the legend is back from parts unknown. We're gonna bring him in now. Pharm is in the house. How you doing, man?
I'm tired, but doing well. Plane was late last night. It's about like 2 hours, so got about 3 hours of sleep. So just excited to be here and maybe get a little nap later.
Yeah, but you've gone through this before. Last time we talked, I think you were up until 2 in the morning looking for a trade the night before. So you're a warrior here.
Yeah, I meant to say that 3 hours was too much sleep for me, so I was tired because of that. But no, yeah, I'm generally used to 4 to 6. Probably 3 is a little short for me, but it's good to be back, right? It's always nice to get back to your own bed and your own shower and things like that, and an actual trading desk instead of working from your phone from the middle of a lake or something like that.
Yeah, I'm the opposite, man. I'm early to bed, early to rise. And last night we actually went out to dinner with some friends, and which I usually don't do in the weekdays. And by 9 o'clock at the restaurant, I started thinking, all right, it's past my bedtime. It's past my bedtime. It's past my bedtime. Anyway, well, welcome back, man. We're glad to have you back. You're looking good. I like the purple shirt. Pharm Capital in the house.
Yeah, I see you guys really enjoyed the Pharm vacation pump. It's just inevitable, like Thanos. Anytime I go on vacation, so I think it's going to be different this time. This time it'll be different. No, trap lower, the start of vacation, and then just a piss missile straight up every damn time. So you just got to be aware that, so far we're like sample size of 12 anyways. We usually sell within a couple of days of my return. So lock in some profits. We'll see if we get that. Honestly, I think we're either going to pull back here in the next few days, or this thing's just might get silly, honestly, like silly. So that's where I'm at here.
So silly. All right, let's talk about silly. I mean, SPOOs are at 6,400, give or take a couple points. They're selling off a little bit right now, but are we talking like 6,500 silly, or?
I'm talking like 1999 silly.
Oh.
Honestly, I think pull it back here pretty quick, or blow it off. Like I'm kind of in that spot right now. Looking at the way things are going, and I would hate to see that. I mean, you can make money on the upside, but it's scary as shit. I mean, most people trading here weren't around in 1999 when things just get unpinned and get silly. But I think there's a non-zero probability of that. I mean, I'm not like 30% chance on that, but I would say it's probably like a 10% shot that this gets stupid. and probably more like 90%, that we see a pullback here. Nothing crazy, 3 to 7%, maybe 4. I mean, it seems like 3 to 4 is more reasonable, wherever we, find a local high here. And that would be incredibly healthy. I mean, we haven't seen the 20-day in, I don't know, 69 days or something like that, maybe actually. So we are due, and that does tend to correspond to my return from vacation. So we'll see. I did wear my blood red shirt, not because I think we're going down, but honestly, it was the only thing that was clean. But, the algos pick up on that. So there could be some volatility today. And honestly, I'll probably just wear it every day for the next 2 weeks until we get a pullback. So.
Yeah, but the bizarre thing here is this whole news cycle, right? It's like, all right, data doesn't matter anymore. The earnings doesn't matter anymore. They're fake anyway. But what pops out of Truth Social is moving stuff, and this whole tariff narrative, which just kind of it's just in triple overtime with no ending in sight. Any little tiny bit of good news, hey, Indonesia is down from 20 to 19%, is a pop, and it's when are we going to say no, that's enough of that?
Yeah, and it's definitely gotten a bit frothy, right? I mean, you see all the shitcos that are running, and really just the short side of the book on a lot of funds is just completely getting blown out. So we'll see where NAIM comes back today, but I mean, my internal is back over 100, in my mind, just seeing again that short side get blown out. And so, that's used as a hedge by hedge funds, right? They get long whatever they want, like real companies. I think actually Jem talked about this yesterday. I tuned in for a little bit, but same thing we talked about weeks ago. We saw the same thing. NAM hit 100, I think 99.9 or something like that. And I really feel like most of that was due to the short side getting blown out because that's nets, right? So gross leverage has been pretty high, and then net has gotten pretty high. It's basically been teetering 80 to 100. And we saw this. I had this in one of my plans a few weeks ago. I want to say it was maybe 2023 or so, July, where there was maybe like a 6-week period, honestly, where we just sort of just kept marching higher. And we ranged 85 to 100 on that net exposure before finally, seeing a pullback. We've talked about this volatility control fund that's been in the tape buying. I don't think they're done necessarily. So, the upside is no real surprise here, but it is you just hate to see that froth. Right. I mean, it just never ends well when it gets a little bit silly. So I think it would be very, very healthy to see a pullback, but everything in price is extremely constructive right now. I mean, don't get me wrong. So I'm not going out and trying to short this market directionally yet.
Yeah, I mean the crazy stat. I mean, this morning the SPOOs did so far. We've done only about 97,000 contracts, so kind of low volume. The range today, high to low, if I'm reading my chart right, it's only 13 and a quarter handles. I mean, it's really, really tight today.
Yeah, well, I mean, we did have a pretty big move up, so keeping it tight with some consolidation, not unreasonable here. And I think you'd want to see a little bit of pause and build volume. I mean, you've got my chart up on the screen, and so what would look healthy to me, I would say, is I mean, your first order of business is yesterday's spike base, which is 93 3/4. So you'd want to see that held. It was held overnight so far, but really, I mean, 86s maybe. I mean, let's say 86 to 64.06. I think that would be healthy consolidation. You can see that we've put in like this multi-distribution week, reasonably healthy, and so it would seem like maybe we could see one put in here in this 86 to 64.05 ish range, and I think that would be reasonable. To put in volume there. If we do give back, this 93 3/4, it gets a little bit potentially iffy, but I mean, again, nothing bearish. We could even come down back to the 74s, which would be a back test of the earlier week high. And that would be reasonably constructive as long as we're not, starting to give some of that back. So again, call it 86 to 64.06 just to make it a 20 handle range. That would be reasonable to consolidate in there. I'm looking at the Dow overnight. Looks pretty weak. And really, that's part of what's gotten us here, right? That the Qs still have not made a new high of week. So really, the non-tech components lifted lifted ES, which, that aspect is healthy, that we're sort of getting a little bit of additional breadth. But again, there is a portion of that that's sort of squeezed. You look at some of the down names that are going, and it's really kind of the heavily shorted stuff. So partially it's healthy, partially it's squeezing out the short side of the book. And so I'm just a little bit cautious here. And again, like there's so much room for a daily high or low on this thing, and there has been for some time. So any kind of a pullback is not bearish, and I would be looking to buy that.
Well, yeah, I have the same 2 points on my radar screen. The daily pivot is 86 in the SPOOs. The JAX 1 is at 75 in the SPOOs, and I think you called out levels close to that. So those are real targets for me as well. So I like that. I like that idea.
Yeah, I mean, earnings was, obviously Tesla was kind of mixed reaction at first and then sold off pretty good. And then Google was received somewhat poorly at first and then recovered a bit. And then obviously on their increased CapEx, you saw, semis get a bid. And that all makes sense here. Obviously, we have more earnings coming up this week and next. So there's going to be a lot to digest. And I do think earnings is probably the most important catalyst right now, just because the data has just broadly been fine, really everywhere, right? I mean, labor we saw again this morning looks fine. We haven't seen like any kind of resurgence of inflation, so there's not really anything to worry about. And ultimately, what matters most to the market is company earnings, right? That's why I like that. I like that for once earnings can really be the focus. And obviously, the market is priced in pretty solid earnings growth for this year. I think some of the dollar weakness helps with that. So I don't really have any expectation of earnings being bad. And the things that you look for are companies that get sold off on beats, right? When you get companies that report horrible earnings and they can't sell off, that's extremely bullish. And then if you get a company that beats and can't find a bid, then not so bullish, right? So I want to see how this earnings seasons go. But again, I really do like that. That's kind of going to be able to be the focus outside of the fact that, of course, we have tariff deadlines. But it does seem like the market's gotten a little bit numb to that. And I would like that. I don't like the volatility that comes on a random headline. They float a trial balloon about firing Jay Powell and then walk it back. I mean, that's just, I don't know. I mean, it can be fun to trade. But as a bit of a boomer, I do like to focus more on, cash flows and companies and how they're performing. And I have no reason to think that they won't perform reasonably well this quarter. I'm trying to remember when the dollar weakness started, but that doesn't hurt.
Yeah. Going back to the NASI, to the NQs, I mean, it's almost like we have a double top this week, right? We can't make new highs, although we tried. And, right away I see something like that. I was like, all right, so maybe there could be some opportunities to get short right away here instead of just wait.
Yeah. I'm actually looking at that right now. Obviously, ES just made a new low for the night, as did NQ, into a huge spot here. I'm calling it 320. Let's call it 324 to 329 on NQ. I think you want to see it hold here. We basically had just a big seller on the Qs. I'll pull it up. I don't have anything on my charts here because, again, just come back from vacation. This is all old stuff here. But we had this big seller, basically 280s, 290s, down to like 250s. And so what you'd want to see is I say, this pop seller turn into a dip buyer, right? Resistance turn into support. And so, worst case, if we see this pop down here into these 280s, you'd want to see that fire back out. And again, that would look okay. So for the Qs, again, what did I say? 324 to 329, call it, just some nice round numbers, basically where it's at now. You'd want to see that hold and then fire back higher and get ES back above its spike base. And it just did just now, ES did. And nothing doing there. So this could potentially end up being a good low if this reclaims the spike base for ES and hold. So I'm going to flip back over to there and click over to the 5. So you get 93 3/4. You can round to 94, whatever you like. That was the base of the spike, and then cash hours high of yesterday, 99 1/4. And so again, this could be a decent low to work against for the day. So I might be looking for a long here if I wasn't jabbering with you. But if we're holding, and this could be a good low that you could work against all day, then I would be focused on longs. Again, I'm not generally looking for shorts when all time frames are to the upside. Definitely focus on longs, and then just cautious on rips. And we've been that way for a couple of weeks. Just cautious on rips because it does seem like just about every time we've made a nominal higher high, we've gotten a decent pullback to maybe a prior big level or what have you. Nothing crazy, right? And so I just get cautious on those rips, taking profits, let runners run, and then just active on dips. So this is definitely the spot that I would be looking at to work against today. And I still would be open to seeing 86, as I mentioned. And I do think we could dip just below 86, maybe like 84, 85, then reclaim 86. I think that finds a rotation back up to retest this 94 spot. And then as long as that reclaims, then you're opening up 99 and probably most of this actually, if you got some kind of an opening drive lower at cash. And we take out this overnight low, it looks horrible. Oh my gosh, we're going to zero. Let's get back short. And then sweep out this 86 and reclaim and start a fresh rotation back up. That would be fine as well. Again, bulls aren't in really any meaningful trouble for quite some time. I would say probably giving back like 63.53. What was that? Yesterday's low was right around there. Give back that spot and it starts to look a little bit weakish. But above there and certainly above, that you mentioned 75. I think 74 was the Monday high. That all looks very constructive ultimately, even if we see a back test there. We just may see some consolidation. So I think more focused on longs if we're holding this 94 spot for me today. If we do get that opening drive lower, I think you can join that on the short side, but you do kind of have to be prepared to cover and look to flip for longs. We did that yesterday. We had been shorting NQ for a couple of days. I still had my plans while on vacation. And then when ES came into that 53, 57 spot that I've been using for the week, that was time to cover shorts. And NQ was just, like 3 handles maybe above where I was looking to buy it. So that was definitely a spot to, you could be short to start the day on that opening drive lower, but you got to be prepared to flip. And so I would see that as the same thing for today. So working against this overnight low, if sellers can't get back through there, through that overnight low, you're just long on dips. Basically, that would be my bias. And then if we do see that opening drive lower that takes out the overnight low, probably just a little bit more patience for longs. Like I'm not looking to chase a breakdown short. That just seems kind of risky to me in a bull trend. I'm generally not a big fan of that. You can. I would probably just wait and see where we balance and see where we find a low. And again, I have a feeling that we could sweep this 86 spot here for a reclaim. And that's kind of what I'd be looking for. But, that NQ spot, very, very important where it just held as well. So same type of deal. You're going to want that low to hold. And if sellers can't get back through there, then, nothing doing. If you can't sell below an overnight low, then there's really not too much to talk about on the sell side. So I do think watch how the Dow performs today, because, if it does stay weak, it is weak now. If it remains weak, then you're going to have to see NQ fire off to new highs to lift ES, or, maybe financials get hot or something like that, with the rest of the Dow weak. So those are the kinds of things I do think you have to keep an eye on the Dow. And then also the Russell, 2289 to 2309 is like absolutely massive. So you'd want to watch for some potential weakness when the Russell gets there. And if you see the Russell kind of turn over first and the Dow stays weak and NQ is still in range, then you just sort of temper your expectations on upside, I think, on ES. But again, it's fully constructive. So remaining long biased on an intraday basis, especially above the spec base, makes sense.
Yeah. So interesting for me, on the SPOOs, you look at yesterday's point of control, and it only traded at that price for about 2 hours at the end of the day. So 2 hours out of 23 hours, yet it became the point of control. So it kind of became in the the profile was kind of a little bit, I don't know. It wasn't a normal distribution by any sense of the imagination, and it was a little weird. So when I look at that point of control, and then I kind of compare it to today, where it's closer to normal right now, and right now the volume profile is kind of, the bias is toward the upside a little bit, and you see that point of control right at 6,400. I'm wondering if you're right about that sweep out to that, low volume node or whatever you want to call it, right below those 88s, 87s, 86s in that area to fill out, and then end up with a more mature, normal distribution today on the profile.
Yeah, that's kind of what I'm looking at. And I kind of zoomed out so you can see yesterday's profile. This is combined overnight with cash. If you separate it out, this spot here, 69 to 73, probably 70-ish, is pretty thin actually on volume. So it looks like a bit more clean of a trend day multi-distribution from yesterday. If you separate out the RTH, which I keep mine combined on Ninja anyways. But I do think that late POC shift up into the highs. Especially like you said, like when it doesn't spend a whole lot of time there and it's at the end of the day, it usually reads like profit taking to me. Obviously we saw what happened into the close and then after the close and on earnings. And so if these, buyers that took the buy side here were serious, then absolutely they should be defending roughly 86. And so that's exactly why I'm looking for, maybe we sweep this out 84, 85, basically where it was lifted from yesterday. And if they've taken a walk, if this is not defended 86s and we had a clean rotation down to like 70, let's say 70, then it makes me think this is an exit here. And we just got a little extra juice on the earnings release, and maybe it's time to cool off a little bit. So I think if you want direct continuation today and then into tomorrow, you're going to want to broadly see 86 hold to keep going higher. And then if it's not defended and we get sucked back into range and don't recover, which it seems like every day, even the days we've had weakness, once that buy program turns on, that's it, right? It doesn't stop. And so again, you can play the early weakness potentially if we even get any, and then just be prepared to flip long once that buying turns on, because it has been very, very strong. So watch the Dow, watch this overnight low. Again, maybe a good low to work against on the Qs and ES.
Yeah. Any opinion on the mighty Russell 2000?
Yeah, really just watching. I want to see what it does here at this 20. Well, it's the overnight high here. Anyways, 2296-ish, I suppose it is, or just after the bell actually is what it hit. So yeah, I want to see 2289, 2309. If it gets through there and it can really base above that spot, it has room, like a lot of room. So I kind of expect things to be capped there. But honestly, like with data, I've said a few times, like the Russell kind of needs Goldilocks to perform well. And right now, labor is fine. Inflation is fine. Like that's Goldilocks. And that's why you've seen, I think, the Russell remains somewhat strong. Again, we are seeing a lot of squeezes as well, like just trash companies that are very obviously being squeezed. And that's not a good look. But there are some decent areas of the Russell that can perform very well in a Goldilocks environment. So that's, the one thing that leads me to think that maybe it could crack this, 2289 to 2309. But it is a nasty, nasty spot, and it has been on both sides for quite some time.
Yeah, 2280 area has been resistance for several days now. If you kind of think of resistance as the top of bodies of candles. And it just corresponds with Jack's 2 today. So that's going to be, that 2280 level in my mind in the Russell would be kind of similar to what we're talking about in the ES. That's an area where, hey, maybe we'll get down there, and if that gets defended, time to get long.
I think that's right. So again, first order of business is that, that's a very good low to me, especially on NQ, but ES looks pretty good as well. So work against that overnight low. Longs as close to that as you can. You are going to need to see yesterday's high reclaimed. I don't really see that as a huge problem. Just looking at the overnight profile, I do think, holding the spike base broadly should find rotations up to, let's just say, value area high, 4.5 right now, 6405. I mentioned 6406-ish. And I think that's the trade. And then you see where we find balance, right? Identifying what type of a day you're in is very key. And usually we're pretty good at identifying it in the first like 15 minutes. Like, is this a trend day? Is this a balance day? And then sometimes it can look like a trend day, and then you break back into balance and fill in structure. So really picking out what type of day it is early can definitely be helpful. And if that's your low and that's defended and there's no opening drive lower that takes us through there, then this has potential for trend because we're framing higher, basically on all time frames to me. So still very constructive on price. Aware that there's some froth, so it's just something to keep in the back of my mind. The Dow's looking a little weak. Russell's at a big spot. So it's still sort of long until proven long, but aware that, we're getting into a spot where we could see some weakness, and that would still be very healthy to see even a 4% pullback. We'd be back at prior all-time highs, basically. Nothing bearish that, right?
Yeah. This is a great tape talk session. I appreciate you doing this on like a couple hours sleep, man.
Not a problem. Maybe I'll get a little extra sleep. We can sleep this weekend, right? And then we'll be ready to go next week. Full
There
week.
you go. All right, everybody. Let's hit that thumbs up button for Pharm. He's doing extra duty today. Glad you're back. Looking forward to seeing you the rest of the summer, hopefully.
You got it. You take care, Jim.
All right. We have the amazing Tanya Trades in the house. Good morning, Tanya. How are you?
Good morning, Jim. Long time no see. How you doing today?
Yeah, I'm doing pretty good. I have to admit, I'm on a fitness kick.
Oh,
So
nice.
we'll see how long that lasts.
You going to like the gym or doing anything like sports or what?
Well, yeah, now at my age, the sports thing is kind of dangerous, and I'm not really good at sports that use balls and bats and stuff. So, no, it's the gym. It's just I've rediscovered the Stairmaster.
Oh, okay. Hitting the stairs. I love that. That's a lot of endurance needed for that one.
Yeah, well, I'm getting there. I got a long way to go.
Yeah, I used to I used to love playing sports and all like you said, playing I'm not gonna say that sentence. But I used to play basketball and volleyball until like a couple years ago. I actually tore my ACL playing volleyball. It was a bit of a freak accident, honestly.
Yeah.
Like I fell badly on the pole of the volleyball net, and then I had ACL surgery, which was the recovery for that is brutal. So since then, I've just been in the gym. I'm a gym rat now. I mean, recently I hired a personal trainer. It's helpful because otherwise have not shown up to the gym. My apartment building has a nice one too. And no, I won't go unless like I have a coach. Accountability is definitely there. And yeah, it certainly makes a difference being with energy levels. So I'm glad that you rediscovered it.
Thank you. Yeah.
Airmaster Jim.
Yeah, there you go. But no, that's part of the equation, right? Be healthy, be sharp, be focused, get rest, eat well, and then you're going to perform better when you're trading, right?
Oh yeah, totally. It makes a huge difference. And getting enough sleep. And that helps me feel tired enough to sleep. Because
Yeah.
otherwise I could be restless.
There you go. Well, so what do you make the equity markets, the gift that keeps on giving.
Yeah.
It just keep, 6,400 today in the SPOOs and wow.
I know, right? Like you cannot keep this thing down. Kind of wild. I did like yesterday, honestly, having that talk with Anthony where he was talking about people hedging for NASDAQ. Honestly helped keep things in perspective a bit intraday with when we were reaching back up into like this 4 hour it was kind of wild. I think like yesterday's movement is wild. We did have that short off the open. I think a lot of people in the chat caught some of that move. And then yeah, you just cannot keep this market down. NASDAQ didn't even get to previous day low until it came back. ES hitting all-time highs. NASDAQ came short right before it, actually. So you have the smallest of divergences there again. But I honestly prefer that kind of divergence to happen where it's just a tiny one like that on the daily or on the 4 hour. Meanwhile, ES blasted through them and is going higher. So what do I make of that? I think like maybe short term, like I think we've just started a little bit of a retracement. I think that, you know, ES broke those all-time highs really cleanly. And I think I would probably look for a retracement into 50% of the leg, which is why I drew that out. You see there's like a 4 hour fair value gap. I think potentially if we get there, if we come retrace to 63.80s, I would look to be a buyer. And then I would watch NASDAQ to make sure she's not being weird and weak and taking out a swing low or something, because that would definitely weird me out a bit. So at the moment, we do have a small divergence there. NASDAQ did not hit all-time highs. Like it stopped within maybe literally like a point. And she does that all the time. She'll like leave those equal highs for later, you know, which is fine and all well. So maybe right now, I would anticipate maybe during the open we retrace a little bit, perhaps to honestly, I wouldn't even put it out of the question that NASDAQ might retrace and take out this like 345 low that we made right before the earnings announcements. Jim, what kind of earnings do we have today? Do we actually, I'm kind of interested in that.
Yeah, I mean, we had, American Airlines came out this morning. NASDAQ and Dow exchanges came out this morning. Nothing really. I don't think there was anything that moved the needle. This afternoon, after the close, we've got
Mhm.
Intel, we have Coke,
Okay.
and we have a couple that I don't even know what they are here. We've got
Okay.
Deckers, whatever that is. So I don't know. Intel might be interesting. Coke might kind of tell a story on retail a little bit.
Mhm.
But I don't,
Nah. It's also
nothing like,
consumer
I
stock.
think we saw the drama yesterday at the close. That was the expected drama anyway.
Right. Yeah. Okay. So I just wanted to make sure that there's nothing like not like a huge tech company after the close today. Today we had like the first red folder news with the unemployment claims that came out at 8:30. And maybe like today we'll have a little bit more movement. I'm more like optimistic about well, honestly, yesterday was pretty good movement too. Um, so I would look to see, I mean, I wouldn't even put it out of the question. Maybe NASDAQ will take out this low, but mostly I'm more interested to see if ES retraces to that 50% mark. And yeah, then I'd go from there. It's always tough to trade at all-time highs or near all-time highs. Like I think um it was just said by Pharm, you know, he was saying that, you know, obviously the higher time frame trend is up,
Yeah.
but also you can't really buy breakouts. Like where are we breaking out of like all-time highs? Like, you know, because once we hit them, then there comes like retracements. And the best moves are always kind of where we take out a swing low, we take out some liquidity. I've honestly noticed, and I had the thought yesterday, it was kind of good to it took some time and I was like on a walk. It really dawned upon me and I was like, you know what? Like it really just feels like we don't have continuations. We don't go to those like we don't hit sell side after sell side in a row really, because it just doesn't feel like there's enough marketplace participation to get us there. There's not like enough movers and like liquidity to get us to that next point. Instead, you take out the first sell side, then you come back and take out the next buy side, and then you can go for the next sell side. So you really can't really stay as a seller for too long. And I've been kind of repeating that to myself lately because you know, I love to hold out for larger moves, but if that's how the summer months are trading, that's how you got to trade. So yeah, I'm more interested in taking like 1.5 R moves, even 1 R moves. If the money is there, it's kind of like the mentality to just take it because you're not really getting those big like home run trades. So might as well take a base hit, you know.
Yeah, no, the thing that worries me about this market, it's the psychology coming into the day. So the psychology, I've seen this happen over the last 30 years of my career, 40 years, or however old I am. And when you get these highs, these all-time highs, a lot of traders are gonna say something like, "Well, it can't go any higher."
Yeah, yeah, yeah. True.
And it's a psychology problem, and it certainly can. I know, like buying breakouts to the upside is going to certainly be hard, right? Buying dips is going to be expected, but there's going to be a group of traders that are like, nope, it's time to get short. The high is in, it can't go any higher, and that's when the damage happens. When you don't get when really technicals aren't bearish, right? But your psychology is.
Oh yeah, totally. Because what's like the famous saying, like the markets can remain irrational longer than you can stay solvent, you know? So, and that's where the issue comes, is when people like force their will into the marketplace like that, and they become really stubborn and they don't take that stop loss, or they just keep getting back in, and that's where the blowups really happen. So, uh, yeah, I mean, it's kind of just I think setting your expectations is the most important, because if you um expect it to be a little harder, expect it to be take those like the first target moves. Essentially, I'm kind of putting into my head like, just take the profit at the first target. Because so I've just kind of been reviewing my trades almost every time. It's like I take those partials at my first target, and then I get stopped out break even. Take the partials at the first target, get stopped out break even. There's not really been until the market really starts having that, those trend days, which don't last long. The only kinds of trend days that we do get are, like I said, is if we take out like a previous day low, or one of them takes out London low and the other doesn't, and then you have that shift higher, and then you have a up day, sustained up day rally. Then you'll have a trending day. But that maybe happens like once a week or twice a week, still not that often. So um yeah, that's what I've kind of put in my head, like just net money, keep it moving. Like
Yeah.
uh I'm trying not to, like, especially being a live streamer can be difficult, because you kind of sometimes you'll even think about your trade before it's finished, and that's really where sometimes that overconfidence can creep in. You like imagine the win before, and that's where like that can mess up with your performance, because then you're like you might be holding on for too long, and you're not protecting, you're not netting enough money for yourself,
Yeah.
essentially.
Yeah,
So
it's like that marathon runner who slows up at the end, raises his arms, and then somebody jets past him and wins.
oh my God, that's funny. I would honestly, I don't run. I hate running. That's like one, going back to the exercise thing we talked about before. I do not run. Nope. Like my personal trainer gets me to do other things for cardio. Like I don't know, she makes me do lunges across the room and back. I'd rather do lunges or something like that, or um, a bunch of different like jumping and things like that. But I hate running, so you won't catch me running. If you see me, you guys in the audience, if you see me running ever, you better start running too, because that means I'm running away from something. Um, but
Yeah,
that being said, like yeah, the indices love to run.
yeah. Well, today, no, so we have a really tight range in both the SPUs and the NASI. I mean, the range today so far in Globex is 96 points, and the ATR is 200 and I don't know what's the ATR. I'll tell you exactly what it is. The 14 period ATR is 232. So it's a tight range today, and the SPUs are also pretty tight right now. And the data's coming in real sweet today.
Totally.
There's a lot of anticipation, I think.
Yeah, I think that, yeah, there is a lot of anticipation. I'll be watching. I think it looks like we just swept like some London lows in both indices. I would be interested to see if one of them maybe takes out that like afternoon low. I think for ES I marked out like 63.86, and Nasdaq 23.269. Maybe one of them takes that out, that little like the low before earnings, and then maybe if there's a divergence there, if Nasdaq doesn't take that out, for example, and ES
Yeah.
does seem kind of it's closer, maybe I look for longs there, because yeah, it just seems like we just take out some minor sell side every time, and then we start rallying. Or, you know, maybe this London low is enough to get swept and then we'll continue today as an up day. I don't see why not. I mean, like yesterday was in the ES. I mean, that was a really strong candle close, I think, right?
Yeah.
So that's actually pretty nice to see. If we didn't expand much overnight, you have a tight range. So that means like there leaves some more like room for the rest of the session. But yeah, it's been tight. If you said, yeah, NASDAQ 200 something points. I mean, I remember when it used to be like,
Yeah.
I mean, 1,000, that was for a few days in April, which was crazy, but like it was used to be like 300, 350. So that means like, you know, it's a lot of AM sessions are like 100 points or so in the NASDAQ. So
Yeah.
it's all about like putting the expectations like, okay, maybe like a 30-point trade is good enough in the NASDAQ to lock in, because it's not giving you a lot of work with if it's 100 points in the morning, you know?
Yeah, when you made that comment earlier, I was like, all right, so I'm buying into that. That's spot on. Just take a little chunk and keep going.
Totally. Yeah,
Yeah.
because it adds up. Base hits add up. So can't get too you know, like greedy with my profit targets essentially.
Yeah. Awesome.
Yeah.
Well, Tanya, great chatting with you as usual this morning. Fantastic analysis. Appreciate you as usual. And you got plans for the rest of the day?
Rest of the day, no, but I think I'm going golfing this weekend as per usual. I'm trying that's my new like side quest, is getting better at golf. I'm trying to break 100. You know, I just started out. We're gonna get there. Tanya swings the golf club, not stocks.
Oh, awesome. All right. Well, I'm sure you're gonna get better and better. You're good at getting better and better, so I'm sure you will. But thanks again for being with us, and I'll talk to you next week.
See you next week, Jim. Ciao.
All right, all right. We are back with Chris from Trading Boxes is with us today, trading the open. Chris, good morning. How you doing, man? Oh, can't hear you.
I didn't realize I had my double muted on.
Double muted.
Yeah, how's it going? How's your morning so far?
It's been great. I mean, we've had some great conversations today with all of our with all the guests and contributors. It's really been an interesting morning. It's kind of like, how do you make an interesting morning when you got 14 handle range in the E-mini S&P? But there's some really keen observations today, so I'm really interested in asking you what you're seeing is going on.
Yeah, so I can get right into the trade plan to share what I'm looking at. As you know, I've been extremely bullish this whole move since we really haven't. I mean, if you look at the weekly, I don't think we've had a weekly lower low put in yet since April. So, how can anyone be bearish? I mean, I know reasons why they can be, but price technically is not telling us anything. Price is the most factual indicator on the chart, and have to respect it, have to follow it, have to let it guide you. So, and all we continue to do is move up, move sideways, right? AKA correction through time, and then move up higher. So we have to align with that trend if we are looking to extract capital on a weekly basis or monthly, because that's the main structure that we're seeing right now. So since we are seeing that structure, well, what is the current 4-hour structure going into the day? Well, you can see we had this large, I think it was from July 3rd to the 17th, this 2-week consolidation. We broke out of it. We had a little bit of consolidation, some chop above it, but look, it was still above it, right? We still respected prior resistance turn support. We then consolidated. We broke out maybe a day and a half ago, 2 days ago. We had a pullback into yesterday's open, which I bought in ES here right at the 6350s. I rode this move higher. And now, you sort of have to think the same. Okay, if the market's moving higher than sideways, well, on lower time frames, it should do the same if we were to continue higher. And we're currently in a 9MA higher high, higher low on the first one, the second one higher high, higher low, and we're consolidating. So if we can continue to consolidate here, we can see a push back up into 6420s. If we fail, then this immediate 9MA uptrend that we're on the 4-hour will end. We'll revert back down to the 6370 zone, test these prior swing highs. We can bounce from there, of course, because we're in an uptrend. And if that fails, we look for a back test of the breakout of this consolidation. In NQ, a little bit of the same. We are back testing the 6330 zone, the 9MA. It's a little bit weaker than ES. You know, we've seen a rotation out of software, a little bit of semiconductors as they pulled back and into financials. Home builders saw a little bit of a uptake, industrials. And so NQ is trying to push out to new highs. I think Pharm said it has not made a new weekly high. So maybe if we are able to consolidate here, we can see that push higher, right, into a new weekly high. If we fail, well, guess what? We still have support right at this box breakout at 280s where we can bounce. And then when we form acceptance there, then we can break lower. So that's sort of the higher time frame structure that I looked to guide me. And then I looked for the hourly to sort of know where I should be executing in my buy the support ideas. So we are in a hourly 50 EMA consolidation, which is pretty much a consolidation after the 9MA trend ends. You can see this 9MA uptrend along the yellow moving average. It has ended. The yellow moving average is now correcting sideways. And so we are correcting through time above the 63.93 zone, above London's low. If we can continue to hold here, we just saw possibly a failed breakdown. We took those London's low out in both ES and NQ and attempting to revert back up. As long as we can continue to hold that, we can push back up to London's high. Because we are consolidating on this sort of hourly range, we can reject back from London's high. And then eventually, if we form acceptance at those highs, we can see a push up into 64.18, maybe higher. If we do finally push back down, and let's say we're unable to reclaim from the 63.90s area, we can revert back down to that 68.72 zone, which I highlighted was the prior swing high area. So we can see an interaction there from buyers. And then as always, if we see acceptance and we fail to produce a bounce, then we know where price is most likely going to lean lower and would like to backtest this breakout here. For NQ, a little bit of the same. We're attempting to reclaim this London low. If we can do so, we revert back up to London's high, maybe create some chops, some sideways, a push up higher. We can see 430 again. We have notable resistance here. So what we really need to see up here to not get rejected again is acceptance. Acceptance to tell us that buyers are stepping from here, and here, and they're ready to push price higher. So we will need to see that in order to really get a continuation in this uptrend that we're in. If we fail, well, guess what? All we're doing is moving back down to the 280 breakout area where I would be looking to buy. If we form acceptance, then we get a failed breakout, and then I can look to participate on the move back down. And just to quickly touch on this trade idea here, I'm pretty much playing out that reversal that we can potentially see right now. I split up my risk across these two instruments only because ES has been leading. And at the moment, you know, you as a business, you sort of want to allocate your capital towards a higher rewarding revenue source, if I could say that. So that's my day, and we'll see what that looks like here. What's up with you? What do you think?
Yeah, no, I like I love the analysis. You know, I like the fact that we in the SPOOs we did test the London initial balance low and failed. Buyers brought us right back up, and we have right in the middle of the range today. We have that call resistance level. You know, this another. I'm a gamma guy now. For some, I don't know how I became a gamma guy, but I am. It's 6,400 even. And it's kind of a sweet spot right now, especially when you're thinking about that's a 15 handle range in the SPOO so far. So it's been really, really tight. So, you know, I'm going to be looking at those gamma levels. JAX2 is up at 64.10. And it's a nice target for me. Jack's 4 a little bit further up, 64.20. And then we got the 0DT put support a little bit further up there around 64.24. And on the downside, though, my only worry is Jack's 1 is pretty far down. It's 63.75. But we'd have to
Yep.
have a serious crash below the lows to get there, and I don't expect that. I'm with you, man. The trend is your friend, and right now the trend, until someone tells us otherwise, is pretty keenly positive.
Absolutely. I agree with you 100%.
So one question though, so when we do have these tight ranges in the Globex session, your game plan is your game plan, right? You don't necessarily, you're not looking for different levels just because it's a tight range. You're looking at the levels you always look at, right?
Yeah, the zones that I've plotted over time are, what I found is that eventually they align with volume profile, they align with option levels. I don't know how, but so I just come to trust them and have those guide me, and they have not steered me wrong. And those are, like you said, they're the levels that I focus on, and I will continue to do so until something happens in the market later in time, and maybe the price doesn't respect them.
Yeah, no, I love the fact that you have two markets ripping at the same time. I love that.
Yeah, ES has been leading, and when you look at it from a risk reward perspective, if I'm risking one, I want to maximize that potential reward. And typically I trade NQ because obviously tech is the leader.
Yeah.
And if I'm risking one in ES to make 3, in NQ I can make 6, 7, 8R. But in ES, in the last few days, it's been leading. So I've sort of distributed my risk in order to still participate in that exponentially, reward. If I can increase that a little bit with this adjustment, then I think I can do well.
Yeah. One question from the chat. Armgarber asks, "Hey Chris and Jim, do you mind sitting on a trade right before the opening?"
I don't mind. I'm a heavy rules-based trader. Whenever my rules are met at a location, okay, that's important. Location is so important. At a location that that there is your edge has the highest probability of playing out, then I need to execute there. If I don't do that because of something outside of that, of what price is telling me at that moment, then I am not following my rules.
Makes total sense, right? It makes total sense for sure. A lot of people like to wait for the initial balance, opening range, whatever, and some people like to trade pre-market, and some people will bridge the gap, which is what you're doing, which is awesome.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, look, there's plenty of ways to do it here, and some people can wait. Some people are, like XY shares how he mostly doesn't trade the open, and he's a profitable trader. There's just many ways to really get successful at this.
Yeah, no, for sure. For sure. And I love what you got going on. We had the news already, right? We assimilated the news, and there's nothing we could do about the unplanned news that might get shot out there into space.
Yeah. If that happens, it happens. How we manage that uncertainty or that risk is through position sizing. Our sizing will allow us to manage that over time.
Yeah, look at the spoos. They're just at 6,400 level. They don't care. We're going to keep moving.
Yeah, you can see ES is leading a little bit. It's stronger. That's why I wanted to allocate risk to that instrument.
Yeah, even on the daily chart,
if you can get over the 6,400, you said, what's that?
No, even on the daily chart, you could see the S&P's leading. Nasdaq's kind of hit a double top for this week, yeah.
Yeah, let's see if they can take me out here.
I know. I'm not even crossing my fingers. I think you're in good shape here.
We'll see. Sometimes the market opens and I get stopped out, but like I said, it is what it is. At that location, it's like if you have a business and it's a it's a business that thrives in the summer. Well, you're doing whatever you can to make the most in that summer period. It's the same thing for here in the location where I need to execute. I need to show up and consistently show up there.
Got it. Makes total sense. All right. So, Chris, thanks for being here with us. Chris Trading Boxes, Trade in the Open. Hit that thumbs up. I'm going to go pop over into the chat, and we'll see how this trade goes. I think you're in good shape, and great job, man.
All right, Jim. You have a good rest of your week. All right. All right, guys. We have a minute into the open, I believe. 15 seconds. Let's see if I can get taken out here. How's everybody doing? Morning. Let's do a roll call. Let's see who we have here today. Let's see what happens. Give me a second. I'll do a roll call in a sec. Let me see if I can get taken out here. All right, I'm out in NQ. Out half in ES. Beautiful. That's a great morning already. Our risk is paid for, and I can let price do whatever it wants, right? You guys know me. I like to say it can figure itself out. And like some of us in college, right? And then we can continue to live our lives, right? So now that this trade is working and we are really seeing that scenario one playing out, let's go ahead and do our roll call. Let's see who we have here. Oh, 1 second. Let me just take a look at my swings, if I may. How are swings doing though, guys? They're paying out, no? Bitcoin's still consolidating. I got some Broadcom. We're seeing a gap up. Beautiful. Some NVIDIA. Some Google. Beautiful gap up. All right, let's oh, there's our boy Emilio. Emilio. Yeah, it's such a great movie. Oh, look at that. So we got taken out and at 1.3 R. So you can imagine that if the rest of the trade gets stopped out at half R, well, guess what? I'm still net positive, right? I still made 0.3 in my trade. And that's what matters to me because it helps me with my mental and emotional bank account, right? I don't get dragged within my emotions when price doesn't hit my target and I get stopped out, right? Over time, my trades, I want my trades to either be big winners or if I get half off at 1.3, 1.5 R, and then I get stopped out on the rest, well, guess what? I still made a little bit of money. But you see how that sort of creates, it allows you to minimize your drawdown. So it's so important for me to do that, especially in the beginning, and especially as you increase size, because when you can sort of go from a set number of trades that are big to a set number of trades that are small, and then a set number of trades that are break even, meaning you maybe take half off at 1R and then the other rest gets stopped out, that's a break even trade, right? If 75% of and 80% of my trades can be in that sort of category, and 25% I do take stops, guess what? I've sort of solidified the volatility that my emotions and mentality can sort of go through, right? Does that make sense? Like I need to manage that as a trader for myself, because as I've increased size over time, listen, I'll tell you that trading 20, 30, 50 lots is not the same as trading 10, 12, 20 micros, right? It's just not the same. To see that fluctuation go up and down. So what I had to do is I had to become a robot and say, these are my rules. This is what I want to follow. The dollar amount is not as important as my process, because eventually when I move on from 10 micros, 20 micros to 5 to 10 minis, guess what? My process and my execution and respect for the rules that I have will allow me to continue to focus on the process. And then the dollars are just going to move on from 500 or 1,000 to 10,000, 15,000, right? That's what matters to me. It's that. It's not being focused on the money, but on the process, and the process will make you the money. All right. So while we let, hey, Elijah, while we let this play out and figure itself out, let's go say hello to some of you. Hey, Tracy. Hey, Ben. Star T. Good to see you. Hope you're enjoying everything with the group. Logan. Juan. Good to always see you here every Thursday. Ferreira. How do you say it? Bolivia. I don't know if that's your name. I know where that's from. I have a friend who is Bolivian. Ferreira. Hey, Infinity. Good to see you. We have a lot of people from the group here. We have Chuck. We have 2020. We have Infinity. We have Star. Let's see who else we have. Hey, Cooper. Hey, Video. Starcade. What else we have? Hey, Mamba. Yes, on X, Twitter, you can follow me. I actually put that here. If you can see this here, I put this watermark here so you can see at Trading Boxes on X. Hey, Jose, good to see you. We have John in here from the group. We have Matthew here who just joined us. Dan, good to see you. Radish. JD, good to see you here. Med A Main, good to see you. Do I think this is a top? They're asking. It's how can I sort of think about that when if I put that sort of thought in my head, then I'm not going to be able to execute on pullbacks into support, right? That's how I see it. Hey, Michael, good to see you. Spencer, beautiful. Hey, Felix. Hey, Faina. Yeah, you were in that ES trade. Good start as well. Good start. NQ week. Hey, Chuck, thanks. Whoa, Chuck, you gotta take me out to dinner first. You have a very big emotional bank account, Chris. Hey, listen, you said it, okay? But it's maybe a drink first, my friend. Yeah, we have a lot of people here. Shay, good to see you. A lot of people from the group. Yeah, we have T-Trades in here. How's it going, my friend? Hey, Brent, good to see you. I emailed you. I reached out to you. I don't know if you got my email. Paolo, Brian, Mark, JC. We have a lot of people, a lot of fam. Hey, Steve Brule. How do you say that name? Oh, Felix is Neek. Hello, Felix. Again, a lot of people from the group. Good to see you guys. We have Pax in here. I don't see Pax. Munich. Hey. Gary. Hey, Gary. Michael. Lido or Lido? I think it's Lido. No? Ashwin, Patch. Tyler's. Lido. Thank you for correcting me. Okay, so we gotta get those likes up though, guys. Yeah? Let's get those likes up. All right, let's get our morning going with getting these likes up. So as you can see, I did what I had to do, right? Let me go over that main scenario here first. So scenario one for both was a pullback into 63.93 in ES. Can we take out London's low and reverse? We're sort of seeing that right now, right? In NQ, it's a little bit weak. We might get stopped out in that one. Yeah, it looks like we might get stopped out. But you can see the initial reaction here in scenario one was great. We actually did take out London's low, moved lower, and then into the open. You saw this move higher, and then now rejection. So you can see that my main thought process was some chop sideways in scenario 1 after taking out London's low, and we're seeing that, right? Same for NQ, we're seeing that. Now, it's important to understand those structures that come after trends. You can see this big trend here, and now we're getting that, right? So in understanding trend structure and trend sequence, you will come to understand when there's a period of rest, and that when that rest will mean chop, and how you want to sort of adapt to that day. In these scenarios, when we're especially in a low VIX summer type of day, I want to look for an initial buy right before or after the open, because that usually ends up being like the low of the day, and then price can correct sideways and chop and then move up higher. For example, what did we do yesterday? Let me show you the 5-minute here in ES. Price came down into support, which I bought, right? Those in the group remember that. I bought this, and price reverted back, chopped around for an hour or so, broke out higher. I took more partials, chopped around higher, chopped around. So you see how we're repeating the structure. So at the moment, there's nothing telling us to be overly aggressive. And if that's the structure that we're following, then I want to minimize my involvement in the market, look for those A+ opportunities, and then just wait to see what happens, right? So it looks like I'm going to get stopped out in NQ here. Maybe ES. If that happens, then probably get a move back to 280s in NQ, which is this yellow zone here. This is that hourly box break. Let me show that again right here. That would be scenario 2. If we get that, I will let price drop. I'm not looking to short this, because you never know in these scenarios where NQ takes out the low and ES doesn't, creates an SMT, and then price reverts back up, right? So if that happens, I don't want to be caught short. And so my main objective trading wise is I want to align with the trend. I'm okay missing drops. There's no FOMO, right? Because I'm looking to buy pullbacks into support. So if we do pull back and we take out the lows, then I would be looking for some sort of bullish reversal here via my 9MA reversal setup that I share. And then for ES, if we do break lower, then we can move down to see the sort of 68 to 70 area, which if I go into the 5-minute here, we can see that it was resistance turned support. Look at this whole interaction here. So you can see here, this interaction here, resistance, 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 right? It continues. Resistance. Guess what happens when we start getting above it? We start holding above it, right? Then it fails. So then what happens after? We cannot move lower, right? So I wish I could move this up. We're not able to produce a move lower, right? A downtrend. So that is support. It's telling you that it does not want to move lower. Eventually we reclaim it, we hold it, and we start moving higher. So that was acceptance of resistance. So now if we come back to it, okay, then guess what? I'm going to be looking for a reversal there. And, you know, as always, if I don't earn that day, I'm learning, right? I learned from something. But let me know if you guys have any questions. Let's see where we're at with likes. Oh, guys, we can get those higher. We're at 750. Let's see if we can, let me move this. So far, ES is leading. Like I said, that's why I wanted to allocate some of that risk over to ES. I've already paid myself in both, so I'm just letting price do its thing. And looking to see if we can. Why can't I see it higher? Anyways, let's see. Hey, Philip, good to see you. Would it be likely to fill the daily gap at 23,300? I don't know I don't know how to measure that or how I can, if it's likely. I'm following price structure, right? So what would need, for example, what would need to happen? I think this is the better question. What would need to happen structure wise to tell us that the gap at 23,300 could happen? I would say that is a better question that I would ask myself. And structure wise, what do we need to see? We need to see acceptance here, failure to bounce. Maybe that's happening now. And then the breakdown, right? But until you get that, you sort of have to think, hey, we're going to continue sideways to higher. Because at the moment, price has not confirmed that structure to you. Like we're just correcting sideways, right? And it can be chopped. It's choppy. If I share this NQ and ES 5-minute chart, look, ES is in a range, right? So what did I just do? I bought the failed breakdown of that failed break, boom, reversal back up, right? For NQ, a little bit of the same. Although I would say, it is a little bit weaker and we should know this by now. But you can see here, just beautiful. Breakdown attempt, reversal back up. Now it's back down and it's choppy, but we should know this going into the day based on the trend sequence that I shared, right? And we're seeing a little bit higher. NQ's leading. I'm gonna have another exit into 3R. Let's see, where's prior day high? Maybe at prior day high at 07, but it's at 2R. Let's see. No, I think we can make new highs. I'll do more in NQ up here. Well, we do have resistance in NQ at 417, 420. So 2.5 R makes sense. So let's see if we can move up. My only concern is that if we move up to highs, we're going to be taking out prior day high, London's high. And if an NQ doesn't, then we can see, there's a divergence there and we can see a reversal, sort of a rejection back down, not a reversal. Hey, Jeff. 425 NQ looks like a reasonable target. Yeah, that's the next zone that I have. Or do I? No, that's 430s. 430s is the next zone I have. Chuck, what we did yesterday was crush it. Absolutely. Look, we have been on a roll. Hey, Henrik, we have been on a roll and we cannot take it for granted, okay? Lito, what made you take this trade? I missed it. So it was part of the trade plan. I shared it in the group. My main trade idea was to look for a bullish reversal to the London's low. And you know what would help you actually? The bullish 9MA reversal channel in the education library that goes over this exact setup, like exactly this one, where we see a recent breakout, we revert back down to London's low and reverse. I cover that in detail here. So if you can check out that first video in the educational library, that will serve you really well. All right, so it looks like we're gonna get to our next partial area. Hopefully you can get taken out here. ES is leading as we knew. So far, no rejection from prior day high, London's high. Can we see a little bit higher so I can get taken out? That would be fantastic. Hopefully we don't reject here as ES has taken out prior day high, London high, and NQ hasn't. Let me share this again. You can see how ES is here. So now what we don't want to see here is we do not want to see similar to this, move up higher and then revert, right? We want to see NQ take out those highs and then maybe lead higher. Obviously, we'll see. I'm still thinking that this is chop sideways market, and I'm treating it as such. Oh, beautiful. Amazon breaking out. We just need Bitcoin. We need Bitcoin to explode, and that'll make my week. Wow, that's great. Everybody in the group making their points. Good to see that. I'll go over structure in a second. Let's see if I can get filled out on the rest here. Amazon just exploding higher. What a beautiful push. Beautiful. Let's get those, let's get price to see a little bit higher, right? Come on, take me out. Take us out, whoever's along with me. Yeah, Lito, go over all those videos, my friend. I know you just joined us, but there's you know, everything that I do is covered in there. This reversal setup, identical to the one covered in the educational library. What's my take on Tesla structure lately? I don't own anything. It's not leading, it's a laggard, right? I can't own a laggard. It's not making money. The structure is just chop, right? There's a lot of volatility with the CEO. It's what's called as company risk. There's just too much risk. And Jeff says, I had a good morning, then gave some back the last 20 minutes. I think it was short, huh, my friend? Hey, Megan, good morning from Texas. Brent says you did not receive an email. If you can, Brent, message me on X or Twitter. Just because I believe I did. I took this on the 2-minute. So the 2-minute is right above here for both ES and NQ. I mainly trade the 2-minute. When volatility is high, I'll trade the 5-minute. I did not have a wedge at the 9MA because our 9MA reversal setup, while it can be a wedge, it's a reclaim of that last lower high, right? So we have a lower low, lower high, lower low, lower high, lower low. So the last lower highs here on a reclaim of that starts the reversal and triggers it. So no, hopefully we can hold. So far we're getting Javier, if you'd like to join the group, that's where I teach and the most. I have a large educational library, and I'm constantly, you know, sharing commentary. On everything, on structure, on trend sequence, on strategy, on, you know, how to align with the trend. By joining my private group called Paradigm Shift Trading. Message me on X or Twitter. My Twitter is right here, and I can share more about the group. Yeah, Breno, send me a message on trading_boxes on Twitter, and I can share more about the group. What candle did I buy? Right where the start of this risk reward tool is for both ES and NQ. Right there at the break of that. That was my entry. And I bought there because that's a reversal of the lower high. Lower low, lower high, lower low, lower high, lower low. So this is the next lower high. A reclaim of that starts a new higher high, higher low structure. Okay. Maybe a little bit hard to understand right now, but you just have to see that structure over and over again. Yeah, so say I am. That's why it's sort of you know, I don't advertise it a lot because I like to I said I like to have an intimate experience, but as a joke, but it's sort of kind of true with those in the group. You know, if I have 1,000 people in there, I don't want that, and I can't teach the same way. So there is a cap. I imagine this year the cap will be met, and I will have to either close it or just increase the price quite a bit to keep some people away respectfully. But I just, you know, you just can't teach the same if there's just so many people. And I truly want to help people. Like I want to help people make money, and you know, it could be a lot, 2,000 a month, 5,000 extra a month. That can be a lot. So I know what that means to somebody, especially with how I grew up. You guys know my story. So we're seeing that, you know, failed break that we saw. So we saw this down here, move lower, reversal, move higher, reversal. And this is just chop, right? These are conditions of chop. These are symptoms of that. We have failed breaks. And what I like to do is I like to align with the higher time frame trend and look for failed breaks at the lows, right? Because what do we need to see at those lows, guys? We need to see acceptance in order to know that sellers are moving lower from here to here, right? Failure to reverse. And that way we can know that, hey, we have our wedge structure, and then I can short here for a breakdown. But you see how we didn't get that? What did we get instead? Well, I don't want to take that off. We did get our wedge, okay? But the wedge broke out higher, okay? Boom. So it started an uptrend. We didn't move down and then consolidate a bit and then break lower, right? That's the bearish structure when we break support. We didn't get that. So for NQ, I mean, NQ is a mess right now, right? Let's not even talk about it. I think there's a high probability now that we do break lower, because what happened? We reverted, we pushed up higher, rejected once, higher, rejected twice. So now the next structure is, if we are to break lower, is acceptance here, fail to bounce back up, right? So we have 2 bounce attempts, 1, 2. If we fail to bounce back up on the third time, then we have more data telling us that sellers are moving lower from here to here. They're not letting price bounce back up. And then we start to get our wedge structure. And then at that point, a short does become viable, right? Because because at that point we have actual data telling us that it's unable to bounce. It's information. Until we get that, I have to think sideways to higher, right? I just do, especially after the way Google beat earnings. We have semis. I just lost my. I just lost one of my tabs. Here you go. So let's see if we can continue to hold and revert back up. That would be amazing. Hey LT, hey Carter. Oh, thanks so much. I'm just following my rules, my friend. Matthew asked, how important is the London high-low? It's important when we're in sort of in a low VIX environment. When we are in a low VIX environment, we typically move lower. And again, you have to think low VIX environment is compression, right? So the intraday volatility is minimized. If the volatility is minimized, you have to think of like the possible expansion ranges that we can see. What does that look like? Well, that looks like a range, right, from overnight consolidation. And the intra volatility from there, if I'm explaining it right, is we move down to the other sides of those range and then revert back, right? Because there's just we're not in a high volatility environment to see that breakdown. It can happen, but you know, that's where London lows and highs matter the most. In a high VIX environment, we're gonna break through those, right? No matter what, like we're just gonna break them. And then maybe at that point, prior day low makes sense if we are seeing lower. Carter, message me on Twitter, on X. This is my handle here. I'll share more about the group and how one can join. Oh, Adam, thank you. It says it's an awesome group. Just recently joined and have learned a lot. Thank you, my friend. And hopefully that learning can turn into earning. All right, let's see. What are we at with likes, guys? We're at 251. We can get that higher. The handle's right here. And if you look up on the comments, you see in the bottom right here of my screen, that's my X handle. But if you look up in the comments as well, they are there. Yeah, let's get those likes up, guys. Let's see where they're at in like 20 minutes or so. ES is doing much better. Let's see how financials look. Financials moving higher. Home builders resting. Industrials doing well. Amazon just exploding. It's going for all-time highs. Just beautiful to see. Weak. NQ's weak. We might not get it, guys. Semis are selling back down. Semiconductors. So we're seeing a little bit of a daily consolidation in tech. Semis are a little bit weak. They're still strong, right? But they're just resting. And what we're seeing is strength in financials, which is why ES is stronger and why I wanted to allocate more capital to it. So this is what I'm going to do. I'm going to take some off here, which is at 1R. So I'm managing risk in real time. And I'm doing that because if NQ takes me out here, I want to at least minimize my exposure in ES. More of a discretionary decision. So we'll see what happens here. And if ES breaks out, I think we can see 18, higher than 18. Thanks, John, for that comment. So it's a good thing that I split up my risk here because I'm actually doing much better in ES. Yesterday, my only trade was in ES. I didn't even look at NQ, even though NQ did have an amazing move, but it just did so much better at ES and was able to pay. So it looks like I'm gonna get stopped out on the other half in NQ here. I look at the economic calendar, Paulo, just like anybody should, right? It's important data that we need to, if it's like high important news, obviously CPI, FOMC, NFP, like, most likely I won't be trading before that. Unless there's like an A++++ setup. If that happens, then I will want to take it. And how do I manage that risk with size, right? Oh, Paulo, yeah, what happened yesterday? You were shorting the move higher? I mean, it was also choppy, that's why I try and stay away from that. Like NQ right now, it's choppy. So I'm just letting my trade play out. Like there's really not much for me to do. In this sort of environment, I don't want to chase breakouts. And a reason why I look for acceptance, aka a wedge structure, where you move up into a certain resistance area and then you develop a wedge. I wait for that because over time I realized that in my own trading, it allowed me to minimize or sort of not get caught in failed breakouts, right? Because what typically people do is they'll see this move here, right here, and they'll get long because it's breaking out, but it reverts back down, right? So if you create a condition in your system, a rule that says, I'm not going to take a break of resistance or a break of support unless I see acceptance. That acceptance, structure-wise, is a wedge structure, okay? Until I see that myself, I won't take a short or a long. Maybe I will, right? I would say 5% of the time I will, 95% of the time I won't. And I'll wait for acceptance because that improves my win rate on these breakout or breakdown trades. If we don't get that, then there's a high probability that we're going to revert back down. And I don't want to be caught in that. Right? So, I don't think we've had a chop day like this in a while. It used to be called Trapping Thursdays, but now it's called Earn and Learn, where we're earning and learning, right? So, but even at this point, if I get stopped out of both of these trades, I still made my money. I mean, did I make the most that I wanted to make? No, but I have, I can't put that sort of approach the market with that objective or with that sort of sense of control, because the market will generate what it will. All I have to do is what's in my control, and it's execute my rules at the best locations possible, right? If I can do that over time, I will do much better than trying to force something into the market, right? I know some days I won't make much. Some days I will make a lot. So there's really no reason for me to force anything, to try and expect anything. This whole idea of trying to be positive every day or make money every day. You just think about the stress that you're putting yourself through. If you take a loss on the first day and you want to be green by the end of the day, tell me, what does that lead into? Emotional trading, right? Thank you, Jesse. You're leading to emotional trading. And now, are you really following your rules? Are you really following the trade plan? If you created a trade plan, right? I know how many of you aren't, right? And that's just the reality. But why it's so important to develop the process of creating a trade plan, executing the trade plan per your rules, reviewing that on a weekly and monthly basis, reviewing that structure against what price did. Did my set of rules allow me to make the most for the opportunities that I was given? If ES went up 60 points, which is a pretty big move, and I only captured 20, what can I change in order to help me be in that kind of move, right? If I got into a trade and I got stopped out many, many times, okay, maybe my stop placement's not in the right place. What can I do to adjust my stop to help me, or I should say, allow me to stay in that trade to then have the opportunity to become profitable, right? What can I do? So you have to iterate your rules until you find the perfect alignment of your entry, your stop, your position sizing, trend filter. I went over this last week, right? In order to be able to then say, okay, I adjusted my rules. I have a new month of data now. What is this telling me? Well, I made this many points, not dollars. The dollars doesn't matter. You have to understand the dollars will increase or decrease with your sizing. Okay, it's not about how much money you can make. It's about the points you capture. The points can mean $1 or the points can mean $200. Okay, how many points can you capture per the opportunities that were given in alignment with your approach? And I say in alignment with your approach because the market's open and there's all this movement up and down, right? But you have to wait until part of this movement aligns with your set of rules and you execute, right? It's like we're all on the freeway. We all have different destinations. but you have an objective from point A to point B. You know where you're going, you know where you're getting on, and you know where you're getting off, right? But the freeway or the highway, the traffic is doing whatever it wants, right? It's either going fast or slow. It can be volatile. There's some accidents, right? But that's its own universe, and it's a consistent trend of traffic. But you have to get in there with an objective and get out with an objective, right? So it's the same thing with trading. We're going up and down, up and down. Where do you want to enter? How do you want to exit? Where do you want to exit? How do you want to manage your speed, your velocity, and what next, right? So you see how you're aligning your rules with the trend, market structure, in order to help you become consistently profitable. Now, that's the technical side. Of course, the personal side is what changes. Looks like I'm going to get stopped out here in NQ. Which is great. I took half off at 1.3R, right? The rest can get stopped. That happens. All right, so I got stopped out here. Oh, a little bit slow, huh? Is that me? I think my internet's slow. Can you guys see me? Let me know if you guys can see me. Oh, there you go. It came back on. Weird. Sort of froze. All right, so I got stopped out of NQ. I'm still in ES, and I'm just gonna wait here, right? I'm gonna stay in this for now and see what happens. I'll wait to see if another opportunity sets up in NQ, but now we're at risk of breaking lower. Yeah, sorry about that. I guess I don't know. Maybe something happened with my internet. But you can see ES is leading here. It's consolidating at these highs. NQ is much, much weaker. Can we? So for NQ, remember how I brought up that we saw a bounce here, a bounce here. Thanks, Patch. And then price came back down, it bounced, and it got rejected. So now you have acceptance here, and you're seeing a break lower. So if you are the type to short the market, right, at this area, cool, do your thing, right? Let me show you the structure here on the 2-minute. You can see how we were unable to bounce above this now. We reclaimed, failed. Reclaimed, failed. Guess what happened here? We bounced, rejected. So you see how you're just you're waiting for structure to confirm that to you. So now what do we need to see for price to truly break down? We need to see NQ fail to reclaim, maybe have a 1 to 2 5-minute candle consolidation, and then break lower. If you're short, that's what you want to see. If you are not short, maybe you look for a breakdown opportunity. So we'll see what happens. I'm going to remain in my ES long. I already did take more partials in that. If I get stopped out on the rest, so be it. That would be my morning trade. And then I'm going to have to wait for some other structure, or if price comes back down into support, which is this 280 in NQ, and then in ES is the 63, 68, 70, where I will look to position myself as for a reversal again, right? I'm not really interested in shorting. If you are short and it comes down, fantastic, make your money. Still, Sab? Yeah, I don't know what happened. Oh, the whole stream? Sorry, guys. Apparently, I didn't realize my camera's been laggy and stuttery the whole stream. Well, I guess we didn't really quite learn today that well. I'll check on my connection for next time. Just when my stop loss got tagged. Yeah, I saw that. It was very slow at that point. You can hear me just fine. You can hear me whisper sweet nothings into your ears. Yeah, guys. Thanks, Patch. You pinky promise? The sweet nothings are coming through. Fantastic. Yeah, you can hear me whisper sweet nothings into your ears all morning as you get ready, or as some of you guys are trading with me. I mean, Google saw a double pinky. Google saw a pretty strong sell-off here after the gap up. You know, tech remains a little bit weak. Amazon is what exploded. Hopefully, it can hold. It's selling off a little bit, which is why we're seeing this weakness in. Thanks, Sab. By the way, why we're seeing this weakness in tech and NQ versus ES. So, maybe NQ does reclaim here. Maybe there's a trade opportunity there, but look, we're just coming closer to the next support area, right? So I can't really short. This is how I see it. If I short here, okay, and my first target is here, what kind of risk reward is that, right? When something can happen where we see a failed breakdown, test support, and then bounce back up. To me, that's a much better opportunity. Now, it may not happen today, but usually when we're in uptrends, it does happen like this. And that's why I look to miss those shorts, because I am reversals at these support areas just work better. Thanks, guys. Thanks, Steve. Thanks, Bernardo. A lot of great compliments, guys. Thank you. I'm happy to do this and help. So if we can see something here in NQ, I am looking to possibly start up a new trade, but we just want to see if maybe we do continue higher into support and then maybe set up a reversal. Maybe we do reclaim this. So I'm going to draw this out here, which is sort of like that breakdown area. Whoa, stop it. Right, so maybe this turns into a failed breakdown and revert back up. We'll see. Let me see how the yeah, all we're doing is come down to support, and ES has not even tested the lows, so there's still a good possibility that we can revert back up. ES remains in this range, this overnight range. NQ, let me show the 4-hour again. Oh, what happened here? No. Okay. So this is a 4-hour that sort of guides my structure. You can see ES is still holding here, right? NQ is weak. We failed to hold that first area of support, so that scenario is gone. Now you're into the back test of this box. Can we hold and revert back up? Doesn't have to be a big bounce, but this is that next support area, right? From a higher time frame, acceptance here, like a multi-hour consolidation here, can lead to a breakdown. But at the moment, there's a pretty big divergence. And if ES is coming down into support of this 4-hour range, right, as NQ comes to backtest this breakout, you can imagine that the bounce from both can lead to a failed breakdown in NQ and then a reversal back up in ES. So I am watching that to see if we can get something going. But I'm going to be a little bit more conservative on this next trade in NQ, only because we can still see a new low, meaning we can bounce into to backtest this breakdown and then see a new low. So due to that, I'm okay missing this reversal here, which we're possibly seeing, right? Something like this, right? That's our 9-minute reversal for those in the group. But I'm gonna be a little bit conservative and not take it ahead of this back test, just because we can still see a rejection lower, and I'm gonna be patient on that. But I mean, I like it. We do have a 15-minute divergence on these lows in NQ. So I just saw that it looks like we're gonna hold. Let's see though, here, let me share that. So here's NQ of the 15-minute. You see these lows here, second lower low, and then RSI has a higher low. So there's a divergence going into this zone area. So I saw that a little bit too late, which means I may miss the reversal, but I'm still in NQ and ES. So that's a really good divergence in NQ, guys, for those in the group. Let's see how this backtest does. I mean, I still like it. There's really nothing bearish about this. I mean, yeah, we're seeing a little bit of a break lower, but again, support is so close that you know what we can actually see is we can actually see I don't want to buy 10. Can actually see ES back up as NQ bounces. So maybe I add back up what I sold. What did I sell? I sold 3, no? So I'm going to do that. I bought back what I sold, if that makes sense. And I'm using ES to add a little bit more exposure back to that, just so I could see if we can reverse back up here. Okay. This. So I mostly want to go over the structure, right, with the trading that I'm doing. $391. No, I want 5. All right, so then I'm going to do 3 up here. Did I not do it? Why am I lagging? Sorry if I'm lagging, guys. I don't know what's happening. So let me go over what I just did. You can see the rejection here in NQ. It's exactly what I sort of shared. We're back testing this breakdown. We're sort of attempting to reject. Thanks, Dan, for confirming. Can this lead to a new low, right, into support, or can we sort of create an internal higher low and then revert back up? So my idea is what I pretty much did in ES is I had taken another partial off, and I added back that partial, which probably was maybe a little bit lower, right? So there's some sort of positive spread there. At the reversal of this 9MA, its own 9MA reversal, right? Something like that. I'm not trading that setup, but I used that same entry tactic as an option to add back what I sold while keeping the stop the same. So it's like I never took that additional partial. And I'm doing that only because I think NQ can reverse and ES can lead a move back up. Okay. It may not. And I'm still okay. I still, took partials where I needed to. So it's still a profitable sort of day for me. So we'll see what happens here. I just wanted to make sure you guys understood what I did and why I did that. However, let me take a look at my 23,850 coming. Yeah, you think so? Let's see how tech is doing. Apple's at highs. Amazon pulling back. Google bouncing. See how semis, Nvidia is bouncing. Broadcom, a little bit of a pullback. How's coin? Coin is holding. Bitcoin just chopping around. All right, so far a little bit of constructive action here in tech. Today's not that great of a day to trade. It's okay to sit on hands. Yeah, it's a little bit choppy. I think if you're chasing breakouts or breakdowns, you're probably gonna get stopped out. I'm mostly focusing on reversals. Mark says, on the other hand, NQ swept the box lows. If it reclaims, how would you enter that long? The same way that I enter my reversal trades, Mark, and that is a break of the last lower high. I would say, that's here. So if we reclaim that, then that is the reversal entry for my model. But you can see how we're struggling a little bit into that area. However, we're not rejecting, right? So I think that's a plus. We should have seen a rejection down here already. So the fact that we're not, I see that as a small positive. Maybe we do come down. Maybe we do something like this, right? But at the moment, we don't know that. And can I explain how I drew the bottom of the box? Which one? Can you share which one? Guys, let's get those likes up. It's that time again to press that like button. Let's support the network. Let's support what they're doing. Sorry if it's a little bit laggy. You know what they said? If you get the likes up, the quality will get better. I'll have a new camera. They said it, not me. So I think we all want those likes up, right? We're in the 300s. That's much better. So NQ looks to be attempting a reversal here. It's holding really well, right? We're not seeing a strong rejection from here. So as long as that holds, that's great. ES is leading. It's already above this sort of small resistance area. So let's see if we can push back up and hit new highs. That would be fantastic. And why I wanted to add to ES, right? It's not about my position, my size, right? The size doesn't matter. Like I trade larger size. The point of this is to, hey, put on some good level of risk, make some good money while I go over this session, possibly if I make a winning trade, right? And then trade my larger account, not the Ninja account, right? So can we, you know, the importance of this is that what happens is a lot of times sizing interferes with your ability to execute how you need to, because you're focused on the dollar amount of what that size represents. So I want to really emphasize that it's a process, right? Hopefully we can see NQ reverse here, like this. That would push ES up into new highs. It's my thinking. It can fail. Obviously, we may not, and that's fine. But so far, it sort of has that structure that NQ wants to reverse. Oh, that's great, Jesse. I keep the same risk. Yeah, that's great. That's great. Let me see. How's everybody over here with the group doing? Good question here, Chris. Do you base it on fixed contracts or dollar amount? Dollar amount. I try and keep the same dollar amount risk. You know, I focus on percentage-based position sizing. So if I'm doing a fixed 2%, then I'll adjust my size to help me out with that. Google's seeing a little bit of a rejection. We need semis. Semis are starting to bounce back up. Broadcom is holding. I think we do get that bounce, guys. Hood is weak. Palantir is much stronger. What do you mean number? What number? Alok. Hey, Bolivia, thank you. Bounce to where? Bounce to the highs, right? That's the technical next resistance, the highs of the range that we're in. You know, I take it one step at a time. What has proven to be resistance? The range that we're in, right? The range highs. So I'm going to consider that as the first target. 500 to 400. 400, that's the range resistance. Right? We can't expect more if price is not proving to us that it's going higher. Right? That's how I see it. Especially in the range that we're in. Maybe we're just consolidating for a continuation higher later in the day. That can happen. But you know, what we've seen is an initial move at the open, then we consolidate sideways for an hour, and then we see another move. That's what we saw yesterday. That's typically what we see. And if you look at ES here, I mean, NQ is more of a mess. But ES still holding here. And that was scenario one, right? Scenario one was that we could see chop here, and we're seeing that. And I can only have confidence in that because of the structure that we're in. Whenever we end the 9 EMA uptrend, we create a 50 EMA wedge. Those in the group know that wedge structure is an hourly consolidation, multi-hourly consolidation, right? But as long as we continue to hold, that sets up to push for higher. We need to see acceptance at the lows and failure to then say, okay, we are not going higher. But I can't say that from up here, right? I need to wait for price to move down here and then create that confirmation. NQ is all over the place. It already did break down this wedge support. Moved down to what? Close to that 280 area, right? That's where I was looking to buy. So would have loved something like this. Lower low, lower high, lower low, and then a reversal here. But we didn't quite get that. So I was in no rush to look for a reversal. So price is just hanging out. ES is leading. Can we get that push higher? I think so. We just have to wait and see. Now there's a micro wedge here in NQ. So if this can hold, we can get our break. But we just have to wait and see. It's good to have, these choppy days because it allows me to go into structure here a bit more and teach. Yeah, that could happen. We bounce back up tomorrow. Yes, Juan. I actually took it in both. I don't know if you saw the open. I think you were with us in the open. I was long NQ and ES. 98% of the time I'm trading NQ. So I saw a setup in NQ, but I also saw it in ES. And because ES has been leading, what I just did was I split up my risk. I was considering just going long ES, but I went to sort of make it a little bit more fun being long two instruments to show that the structure repeats, right? It doesn't matter what instrument you're trading. How the market moves and the trend that it develops, it's the same across every instrument, every stock, right? Except currency. Currency it's a mess. It's a range-bound market. So you can see NQ here attempting to break out of this 2-minute wedge. ES is leading that reversal up higher. So we can see now an explosion here back to these highs. Then ES can push up to new highs up here and into the 64.18 zone. Like that, beautiful. Okay, so now let's see. I'm gonna put this a little bit higher here, and let's see if we can get our breakout now. But this is exactly what we want to see. What tool do I use to annotate on what? Ninja or TradingView? So that reversal that I brought up in NQ, the entry would have probably been here. And then my stop here, and it's hitting 1R now. It's not good to have choppy days. If you're over trading, for sure. But if you just focus on 1 to 3 trades, then you give yourself the opportunity to avoid that chop. On Ninja, my annotating tool, it's this path. Is that what you're talking about? Or are you talking about the text that I have here? That text is a specific indicator. It's this chart message that I have. Today's 9:45 a.m. RET news event. You do not expect the moving market. Not expect moving the market. As for example, CPI. It can move the market. But I was just following my rules, right? If it's like NFP or CPI, absolutely, I'll be more cautious. But again, we're in a very low VIX environment, and I have more confidence that we're going to remain in that. And if I get stopped out, I get stopped out, right? That's the thing. Like it's 1 out of 1,000 trades. 2020 asked, what's the size and R calculation tool? I shared it in the group, my friend. It's the risk reward tool that creates our targets. But look, for everybody else, it is available. If you email learning@ninjatrading.com, they will share it with you. But you know, you're in paradigm, so it's in there. So let's go back to this 5-minute here. You can see that ES held, created a higher low actually. So it came lower, higher high, higher low, and then maybe it forms acceptance here, and then now it breaks out, right? And then for NQ, it looks like it is getting that failed breakdown because it's not continuing lower. So failure to put in a new low means it can have a failed breakdown, and then you get a move that can traverse back to the other side of the range and to target London's high. If we do see a move to London's high in NQ, then there's no reason why ES cannot lead and hit the 64.18 target that I have. Okay. So the ad that I have, you know, I talk about this. I don't really add that much, but I added what I had taken off. So technically, it wasn't really an ad to my overall position. I had just taken some off a little, probably like 1.2 R, and I added some back at 1 R. I added that what I sold, right? Just because I had sort of, I was leaning that price could see a push up higher. JD asks, are you looking for the wedge to break in the direction of the long-term trend? Yes, the wedge is the structure, the technical structure that price creates when a trend ends. If we're in an uptrend, you'll see something like this, and then the trend will end and it'll create a structure like this. And it's a wedge because at this moment, you're no longer having a series of higher highs, higher lows, but instead you have an anchor high, and then you have an anchor low, and then now you have, instead of this higher high, higher low, you have a lower high, higher low structure, right? There's no highs above the last high. There's no lows below the last low. It's a not constructive. Hey, Shab, it's a contraction, right? Inside the last swing high and swing low. So that's the technical structure that a consolidation forms. So what I'd look to do is I say, okay, if that's the technical structure that price does, for example, here's a perfect, literally that. We have a lower low, lower high, second lower low. Price reverts into the 2050 EMA cloud. And guess what? It creates a wedge. Now, I call this an aggressive wedge, and those in the group know why. I have a pretty big educational segment on this. But this now created a contraction, and it then now led to a new high, move higher, which hopefully can look as a new 9 EMA, higher high, higher low, higher high. Right? So I'll leave that here just in case we do that. But so far, everything says it's higher. We reclaimed this breakdown zone. We did not reach the 280s. So, but it's choppy. So we have to be, we have to respect that, not force anything. And I'm just here waiting to see if ES will hit my targets. Diego asks a good question. Why am I using RSI with 5 setting? That is because the setting at 5 actually respects, or sorry, it follows the 9 EMA trend very closely. The 9 EMA trend is this. Okay. Same as, whoa, how do I delete this? Same as this move lower here. Okay. The 9 EMA trend follows this. And the RSI follows that structure really, really well. The 14 doesn't. So we're attempting to break out of this consolidation. You can see ES here. Now, what we want to see in ES is able to hold, okay? Create a 9 EMA consolidation consolidation or a lower time frame wedge, and then break out higher. If we don't do that, that can look like this prior break. You saw break higher and then rejection. Okay. We want to see some consolidation here for then the opportunity to get, well, this consolidation will mean acceptance of this resistance. Look, bounce, rejection, bounce, rejection, bounce, rejection, bounce, rejection. So what happens, and I say this a lot, right? I showed this a lot. What happens if this next time we go up and then we fail to go lower and instead just sort of range a little bit here? Well, that means that buyers are stepping in from here, and from here, and they're driving price higher. So that, again, that's the technical structure that we get. So I want to see that if we are to see higher. That makes sense? Hopefully it does. All right, let's see. What are we at? We're at 316, guys. We have 680. We have 15 minutes left in our stream, in my session here with you guys. Let's get that to 400, yeah? They said if we get to 400, yes, we'll go up higher. They said it. Whoever's watching us. So if we can get those likes higher, we can the more likes, you know, if if the count goes higher, price will go higher. There's correlation there, okay? So if we're long, we want to press those likes. All right. Got to press it, guys. It's a battle here. I don't make the rules. I just, you know, play the game. How about a blow off top? ES is about to have a blow off top in this market. There we go. We're seeing a little bit of push. You guys are liking that, right? Let's see, what are we at? 340. There you go. Keep liking it, guys. The more you like it, the higher the price goes. Okay. Look, if we're not singing, we're pressing the likes. Press those likes if you guys want to get to those higher prices. Oh, that was you, Garrett? Did that comment you made? We're at 350. Come on, come on. Oh, man. Oh, I see you. Need a push here. Hey, William, thank you so much. Thanks for this information. I appreciate what you're doing. It helps me a lot as a new trader. Absolutely. I'm glad I could help. Okay. Learn and then earn. Yeah, let's go to all-time highs. Why not? So for those just tuning in, I was long in Q. I was able to take half off. I was long in Q here. Let me show that entry right here. I was long in Q here. I was able to take half off at 1.3R right here. And then the rest got stopped out right here. So if on half of the trade I made 1.3R, and then on the other half I lost 1R, then in NQ I made a positive 0.3R. It's not much, but you have to remember this. In environments like these, it's not about how much you can make, it's about how you're protecting your downside. And if I'm able to take partials off at my designated area between 1.3, 1.5R, usually 1.5R, if I can take partials there, then if we are in a choppy environment, what will happen when we move lower? We will, there we go. There we go. Let's get that push. Take me out. Can I pull my charts like this? Or what do you mean? I forgot what I was saying. Somebody remind me. Oh yeah, if I take half off at 1.3R, 1.5R, and then the rest gets stopped out in a choppy tape, what did I do? My emotions remained fixed, right? They remained flat because I still made money. It's not about how much money I made. It's was my execution successful? Yes. Did I execute where I needed to? Yes. Did I execute my partial exit? Yes. So I'm following the process, right? If the trade did not lead to new highs up here, I am taken out. And guess what? I got stopped out on the rest, but I still made money, right? And that's so much more important to me because over time, these small dollars that result out of these half positions at 1.5R and the other half at full loss adds up, right? It allows me to not enter a drawdown in these scenarios because if I had a target of here and price doesn't hit it, Pat, I shared how I would get long. I shared that my entry would have been here. And I don't know if you saw, instead of buying that because NQ is lagging, what I did is I added to my ES position, right? So in a way, I did buy this breakout, but I shared that I wanted to buy ES or add to that position because it's leading, right? So I allocated my capital towards what can produce me a higher reward. So going back to my comment, because it's so important, if a certain number of trades in these scenarios can still make me a profitable trade, guess what? I'm minimizing the number of trades that are resulting in losses, right? And I did that by taking partials at 1.5R, which was here. And you can see that price did not hit my main target. And if I waited and then I would again stop that out, now I have a losing trade, right? And as you're learning year 1 to 3, year 3, it's really important for you to minimize or do what you can to minimize the emotional attachment you have to this dream of yours, right? Because it is a dream for us, right? So if you can minimize your emotional attachment, your mindset, hey, Carter, take care, man, then you can focus more on the process, focus more on getting better, on knowing where you need to execute, how you need to adjust your stop. And guess what? In 6 rounds from now, you'll be a much, much, much better trader because you gave yourself the opportunity to survive long enough in order to reach hopefully consistency, right? If you don't, then you went through a extensive amount of losses where in month 3 your emotions took a toll and limited your growth because that emotional attachment just was too much. And then you go on tilt, and then you have FOMO, and then you're trying to make up losses, right? So you need to provide safeguards or guardrails, I should say. Happy says, I only do well when you stream. Happy, it's because you're not, I love you, man, right? You know our history, but it's because you're not following the process how you need to. You're not creating that process. And I have 5 minutes here, so let me wrap up some questions here. Video, thank you. Carter, thank you. Take care, Carter. Chris, why the 2 minute and not the 3 or the 5? The 2 minute is the perfect time frame for the internal structure that forms inside a 5 minute. It's a little bit too much to go into right now, but a 2 minute wedge like this is a 5 minute 9 minute consolidation. Again, it's a lot to go into right now, but just know that the 2 minute is the perfect internal structure of 5 minute structures. Debo, yeah, rewind that, watch that back. What made me go long in the pre-market? Go back to the pre-market and watch my commentary, my friend. I go over that in detail and why I wanted to look for a long there. Algos are just trapping both sides. Yeah, but you can see that there's really not much to do. I did what I had to do. I executed where I needed to. And if we can push up higher to 64.18, then I get my next target hit at 3.5 R, and I can do well.
Chris, good morning, brother.
Stowe's in the house. What's up?
What's up? How's it going?
Good. You? Is that, you don't have to say it, but is that your name right there on that I see
Where?
in the chat? You don't have to say it.
Oh no, that is okay. So to do this vacation thing, I have one laptop that is the charts, and then a second laptop is the chat and our green room and all that stuff. So the second laptop Zoom login is my daughter's name.
Okay.
So no, that's not me. That's her.
Okay. That's cool. I thought maybe it was. You never know.
No, that's my manager. She's taking care of that for me. Yeah, we had to leave the cat at home, so got a different risk manager today.
How's your you trading much in your vacay or just when you're on the stream?
No, I traded a little bit this morning, which was pretty nice. Didn't trade yesterday. I was on the beach and watched the stream under an umbrella with my feet in the sand. So I was pretty sick.
Oh, cool.
Yeah.
Wait, how did you have internet? Through your hotspot, through your phone?
Oh yeah, I was just watching it on my phone, just chilling, headphones in, laughing with the Nick and XY. It was a good time. There are some crazy waves out here too, and my kids never seen the ocean before, and so we're in there with her with like 10 feet waves, getting bashed around all day. It's been a fun time.
That's awesome.
Yep.
And you're in a long here, huh? What was your entry?
Well, I got in. Well, so I was kind of watching so I know we had that big post earnings jump yesterday. And when that happens, I like to see the base of that get revisited. So I tried a couple longs at 330 area, and then we eventually I got stopped out there. We came down to test 300, and then we bounced pretty keenly off that. So I got in again at like 305, and then I added back again at overnight low once we got that off. So once that had held from the upside again. So now I'm just trailing that guy, trying to figure out if this is going to be a balanced day up here. This high at 400, looks like it wants wants to get taken out. That's what we'd say in the biz, a poor high. So kind of targeting 420 again. See if we can get stuck up there again. I don't know. But yeah. So right now I'm long from 330. That's my ad here. So
that's awesome. Great.
No.
Yeah, I was long there too at the open, and then I got stopped. I was long both ES and NQ. I took partials in NQ, and then the rest got stopped out on that move lower. But I see you got back long at 329. You know, it's funny. My entry on that reversal would have been 325. We always have similar entries.
Yep, we did it again. I knew we would.
Yeah, it's pretty interesting what we see. We see different things, but it's. I mean, you know, we have the same objective. We have to align. You know, we want to align with the trend. Want to look for spots, and partial, of course, right, to finance or risk.
Yes,
and then see if we get to those extra targets that we have.
Yep. I took that second. Yeah, I've only got one lot left. I did get right to 371 with the second lot. So I was super happy with that for the fill. I was loading my car and came back to it. So that was good. I have to check out of this hotel like as soon as the stream is over. So if cleaning staff rolls in here in between, then we'll see what happens. This has been a fun adventure though. It's just got trading on the road. It's been wild.
Yeah, it's pretty cool that we can, you know, we have the opportunity to do this.
I didn't know if my laptop would be able to hang or if my dad's laptop he loaned me would be able to hang.
Really?
But it's doing pretty good. Yeah. I'm stoked. I might never go home. I mean, we have cats, so we'll have to go home eventually. But
someone has to feed them.
Somebody, yeah. Yeah.
All right, my friend. You enjoy your sesh. Enjoy the trip that you have with your fam.
Thanks, man.
I'll see you next week.
All right, sounds good.
All right,
thanks,
chat.
Chris.
You guys take care. Toodles.
Chat. Yes, thank you, Chris. Thank you, Chris. Good morning. Good morning. Good morning. Good morning. Good morning, chat. Yo. What's up, Throne Shop? What's up, undercover scammers? Good morning. Good morning, buddies. Good morning, Fang Boy. Good morning, Cooper. Good morning. Hey, good morning, Jim. What's up, brother? Hey, Drunk Radish. Good morning. Yes, these are my excellent adventures. Sometimes bogus journeys. Occasionally bogus journeys, but usually excellent adventures. Yeah. Chuck, Chris did great. He always does. What's up, Ryan America? Yeah, Vacation Stove's partying. I'm trying yet another hop water today. Today is not a non-alcoholic beer. Today is just hop water. So this is just sparkling water with Citra and Amarillo hops. And it's pretty good. Yeah, this is quite good. I need to figure out if I can make this too. I should be able to. Just some sanitization hurdles I need to figure out. And I think I'll be where I need to be able to make this stuff at home. Zero calories, my friend. Yeah, because this one's just water. They don't do any brewing at all. I assume that they just do hop oil infusion. When I've tried to do that myself in sparkling water, it doesn't work. I need to figure out that you might have to mix it in the water and then carb the water. Yeah, I have a lot of fun questions. This is going to be a good side quest for me to go down when I get home. I love a side quest. Those folks that know it's all about the side quests. Good morning, Sir Gosin. Good luck today. Thank you. Good luck to yourself. Yeah, today is something called straight vodka. No, it's not. Hey, good morning, PNW. I am enjoying my vacation. It's super cool, super nice. I have managed not to get sunburned. I think I got sunburned a little bit on my belly yesterday, maybe. or it's just a boogie board rash. I got a sick wave very clumsily, but I did catch it. So that was cool. Crusher Trades asks, can we learn to trade better here? Possibly. You can definitely have a good time trading here. You can hang out and observe lots of stuff that we all do to make ourselves trade well-ish. I don't know. Yeah, probably. You got to put your 10,000 hours in somewhere. You might as well like hang out with some friends while you're doing it. It'd be cool to do a combo deal, Megan, but like I'm pretty sure in Pennsylvania, even if I was making near beer or non-alcoholic beer, I believe that I would still have to go through the same licensing process that a brewery has to go through, and it is wildly extensive for Pennsylvania. It is extremely complicated. My friends and I looked at starting our own brewery years ago. One of my old brewer partners is in the process of starting his now, and I mean he's in year 2 of just the licensing process, and he's had everything ready to go, like building tanks, everything sorted for a year, and they're still not open because that is how insane that process is. Yeah, I've heard that about Colorado as well. Yeah, every state has its own weird thing, and then they all have to ultimately interact with the ATF as well. So you have to get like, I don't know, it's an extremely tricky process just in the order that you need to do things so that nothing gets weird from state, federal, back to state again, back to federal. And then in Pennsylvania, it's like, well, are you selling food? You have to sell at least something to qualify for this kind of microbrewery status. How many barrels a year do you produce? Then that gets audited. Like, it's wild. It's extremely crazy running a brewery. Yeah, I've never run one, just worked at it. So I've heard that about Utah as well. Ooh, sharks? Really, Paul? Okay. Good to know. Curtis, yeah, lagers and pilsners I'm interested in because it is much those that I've tried, those are not very good. Or at least they lack the body. So that's what I'm really interested in experimenting with, is trying to recreate the body of that beer in some way. I have some good ideas. It's kind of weird how you have to make NA beer. I know this is not what we're here to talk about, but this is what has been in my brain. So this is what is spewing out. Yeah, me too, Matthew. Pilsners are up there. Top 2. I like hoppy beers and then also hoppy pilsners. KDR, I manually anchor that VWAP. So I drag that baby around. And I also, so I had it anchored up here at this high. Look at how poor this high is. I had it anchored up here at this high. And then once we broke through it right here, then I moved it down here to this low. So also this reset, my delta volume profile reset. So like now I know I'm in a new leg here. So I'm just chasing this up. I'm kind of fighting against 2 stats here. I mean, the overnight low already broke. So I don't know how much more I'm going to get out of this. This is just grind city here. So that's why I'm still in this. I might add one up here at the high if we're going to bust out of this. It's only a 3. It's only like a 100-point range so far, which I guess, I mean, the day could be in, but I don't know. Good morning, Steve Erdman. Good morning. Good morning. That's true. Yeah, there's still if you guys want to hang out in real life, I don't know if anybody's interested in that, but if you are, you can come hang out with me and Deli and Pax and Kane and all kinds of cool folks at the Trader Meetup in Chicago. It's on August 5th, and there's a link in the chat if you want to sign up. Should be fun. I know you guys like if you like Twitter, imagine Twitter in real life. Rogue shots, a poor high is just a generic auction market theory term. It just means like if something didn't get like stop run through, like if there's not excess on the high, you can often see it in a volume profile where it just looks fat here instead of having a thin tail. So basically what happened here at 400, you had we came up here on the second test, and a good high would be if you'd see a large wick through and then retraced. So like a quick pop and then pulled back in. I would consider this a good high that didn't have any stops sitting at it also. The other interesting thing about that is this is not the overnight high, but this is obviously a peak in Europe. So this is technically the third time we've come up here and tried to get through this 400 spot. So that's why I'm looking to at least see some stops run here, which you could be able to identify just with like, you'll see some oomph go through it, but we haven't really seen any oomph on either side of this profile so far. I mean, this sold nice and then got a retest and then and we're in this bounce leg, but I don't know. This is also not the world's greatest low down there. So poor high, poor low. What's the worst that could happen? Could do this, could do that. If I say both sides, one of these are going to break, then that'll be my prediction for the day. Yeah, I might. A lock, I might. I'm still in, so I mean, if I buy a pullback, I'm gonna have to treat it like another trade. I'm kind of watching this. Like, are we pushing and building? We came up here, and then we've got red team versus blue team, and currently red team lost that one, and we're pushing down lower. So this might turn into a bounce day. It doesn't really have. I don't really know yet. The only thing I know is that this leg is a very powerful bullish leg that we're in at the moment. It's 11-12. And we might be exhausting it here. We're coming back down to test these highs. So just keeping an eye on it. Yeah, young Bleezy, it's fine. I mean, you can't get married to a poor high or a poor low. It's just like a target to have in your brain. It doesn't mean that it's going to get hit or that those stops are actually going to get run. Because if buyers didn't have enough, energy to break through and trigger those stops, then they just didn't have enough, which is also a bearish sign. So you got to be ready to move around. But I like the price action of the leg that we're in. So for those reasons, I'm chilling. Yeah, Throne Shop Science is cool. It's very cool. The weird thing about NA beer, making it at home, is you have to actually trick the grains into creating a specific kind of long strain sugars that are not as easily fermentable as short strain sugars. And then you have to give the wort, which is what the water is called that you get the grain from, like that's what you make beer out of. It's called wort. Then you have to give that wort a specific yeast that is not good at converting long strain sugars to alcohol. And so you have to you kind of make a bunch of mistakes on purpose, and then that is how you actually brew something that at the same time does not have any alcohol in it, that's an interesting science thing too. So it's all about controlling that sugar type with you use temperature, and then you'd have to select a specific yeast that has a strain target type that doesn't exist in the wort that you're giving it to, but it is still enough to ferment a little bit. So pretty fun. What else you got in here? Hey, good morning, Jeff. Jeff, I would say it's very close to being on. It's really close, and I am a snob city when it comes to beers. So, for me to say it's close, it's really close. Hey, what's up, XY? Morning, homie. Yes, it's grain. It's grain manipulation. We are the grain market makers. Yeah, look at this thing. Come on. How do you? I mean, you're not a trader if you don't look at this and be like, yeah, let's run those babies. Doesn't mean it's gonna happen, but that's the theory. Lohman, they don't make Rolling Rock in Pennsylvania anymore. That was once like a really good local made in Latrobe brewery, but yeah, that doesn't exist anymore. And many people who swore by Rolling Rock, like many old men in American Legions that only drank Rolling Rock, say that it's not the same. I personally don't know. I never drank that beer. I always thought it was horrendous, but yeah. I'm told by the old guard that it's not the same deal anymore. Yeah, Curtis, no worries. Yeah, don't force it if your internet's bad. I mean, nothing will make you tilt faster than a bad connection. You get bad price action, bad connection. That's a rough combo. Yep, Yingling's still there. I like Sapporo too. It's a little sweet though. If I'm coming into like if I'm doing Pilsner critique right now, I like a crispier Pils than Sapporo. Of course, I remember Mickey's Big Mouth. Are you talking grenades right now, Anthony? Those don't exist anymore? What do you mean remember? Are those gone? Yeah, man. Those caps used to have they had the bee on them, and then I think there were like those little puzzles on the inside of those grenade caps. Pretty sure. Yeah, Lockett's looking. No, XY. We're talking about non-alcoholic beer right now. But and then we're also talking about the ways to make beer not have alcohol in it. So we did a quick little science lesson on fermentation and the creation of long strain sugar proteins. Okay, Curtis, that makes sense. Jeff, have you tried Half-Hearted? It's really good. And it's super light. I think it's like 3.5%, and it still has a good amount of hop character to it as well. Two Hearted is my favorite macro West Coast IPA. So I've had plenty of that in my lifetime. And yeah, I'm gonna leave this little note up here. I'm trying to hawk this, see if I need to get an ad up here or not. I'm watching this little guy. XY, can you look at a DOM for me and tell me if anything's happening? $10 minutes to the close. Michael, I've never liked Yingling as a grown-up. I drank it as a kid for sure. Okay, nothing interesting. All right, cool. Good to know. Thanks, homie. Fair enough. Cool, Jeff. Oh, yeah, Jims, this is yeah, so this is RTH VWAP, and these are my RTH VWAP bands. This is +1, +2, -1, -2. And then this line that is changing from red to green here is the RTH VWAP itself. And then I also have the 24-hour VWAP running, just that VWAP, not the bands on that one. Yeah, same, Jeff. I agree. That's why I don't like it. Ooh, Fang Boy, grain belts, not for me. That thing tastes like an actual banana. I know that's a big thing up there, but like, yeah, I've had grain belt and it ain't for me. But that's just my palate. I also don't like Hefeweizens. I don't really get into Belgian beers either. It like Trappist beers, not into those. I definitely spent some time on those when I was like in my 20s, first getting into beer, first getting into learning how to make beer and stuff. But yeah, I think it just became too sweet in general. All of those beers, even Trappist beers. Young Bleezy. I enjoy the idea of sour beers, properly made sour beers that are, fermented long form with Brettanomyces. I think that's super interesting. I have a really hard time drinking those things without getting extreme insano heartburn. So that might just be me being old. And, I'm at a point in my life where I buy like the 2000 pack of Tums. It's just, I've embraced it. So, but I mean, there are cool sour beers are cool. There's lots of interesting things that happen in those beers, like from a science point of view. So I do enjoy it, but yep, New Belgium's a good one. Oh yeah, for sure. Church Brew Works, Jeff. Yes, of course. I haven't been there in many years. Last time I was there, they always do like a weird pierogi, this is crazy, like a crazy pierogi. And the last one I had when I was there, they had snake pierogies. So we all got an order of snake pierogies, and then we ate one. And I don't recommend anybody get a snake pierogi unless you're just trying to say that you had one. But yeah, I've eaten a snake pierogi. That's how Pittsburgh I am. You guys are going to be thirsty. It's not even noon. This is a weekday. Are you guys all on vacation too? You think you can drink beers in the daytime? Don't you guys have, trades to trade? Are we all on vacation together? BC Trader, that goat lady never called me back. She said that she was in the air. I got a text one day, like weeks ago, and she's like, "Hey, I'm in the area. Can I come over and check out what you want done?" And I was like, "Oh man, I'll be back at my house in like 2 hours. Let's do it." And then ghosted. So I've been ghosted by the goat lady, and that's where that project is at the moment. So I've just been back there getting poison ivy every week, chopping it down myself, but I'm making some good progress. I'm almost done. Might not even need these goats after a couple more weeks. The hardest part is just like constantly having poison ivy. It's a freaking nightmare. I know, very sad. I was excited for that adventure just to see what would even happen. You know? Nice. Good job, Logan. Logan's on vacation. Who else is on vacation? I know. I would get a goat, but I was told they're too creepy to have around. So I think that was the end of the news today, huh? Both seem to be pretty positive as far as market reaction. Of course, I don't know what any of those numbers actually are. But that PMI at 945 was a big rip. It's just this 400 seller we got to get through, huh? That's all we're looking at. Just trying to figure out what to do with this trade. Make sure I'm not doing anything stupid going into the London close. We've got 5 minutes left. Yeah, I know. Same, Mr. Scammers. I mean, that was a big pop right there. Just trying to get out of this thing. Trying to look. What is this nasty business here? We're going to pop to 395 and then come back down. That doesn't make any sense. That might have been something. Can't really tell. I mean, we didn't get, you know, there wasn't really much passive selling up there to speak of. So as far as our delta volume profile goes, we're still sorted here. This is still being supported. We're held above the open, you know. I'm just trying to narrate this for my own thing. We're holding on to this node. We've tested this twice. A pretty clear inflection point here on the OR mid in that spot. And we'll keep chilling. We'll see what 1130 wants to do. Oh, hey, Curtis. Or wait, no, who asked me that? Sorry, my the chat is like down and to the right. So if I look like, if I'm doing this, sorry, if that's annoying, I apologize. But that's the only other part of this room that has a table in it. We'll see what new hotel is going to be like today. Anyways, William asked, Stowe, what determine your entry point? So I actually got in at 305. So my initial entry was here, and then actually added one here on the way down, sold that one at overnight low. And then once we cleared overnight low and came back and it was being supported, and you know, the VWAP band had turned up as well. So I entered again here. So this is my add on top of this entry. And then I scaled one right here because this looked like it might be coming back on me, but then we eventually got our TP here at VWAP and then TP here at the +1. So this entry here was an add from 305. And I just determined that, you know, it was holding overnight low after it had run it. This was an exhaustive sale here. this delta was coming in to support it. So for that reason, I just got in there. Let's see what this is going to do at this node. Yeah, no problem, William. No problem. Oh, good. Good for you, trades with Jesse. That's great. Oh, we put the point of control up here. That's interesting. Okay. All right, Larry, fair enough. I just try to get ahead of that just so I don't. If I say that enough to myself, then I don't feel old. But like it's just you're just as old as you feel. And yeah. My kid keeps me pretty young, I think. Although, man, she was so funny in the ocean. Just like she swims so hard, man. It's crazy. Like she is a fish. There we go. Yeah, I don't know. I'm really just waiting to see what happens up here. They put the point of control here, which means a lot of business is being done. If we lose this little ledge here, I think that's not great for what we're trying to accomplish here, meaning a new high on the day. But if they hold it and keep pushing higher, this is good for our push and build, So the theory, we'll put this up here, I guess. The theory here is like, we're working on these little nodes. If this is going to push and build another node higher, that's good. But if we lose this and we get back down into this node, that's not great. So I'm right on the edge of cutting this. I guess Europe closed. So that's that. But we have all the bands are in a good slope situation right now. Let's see what happens here. Okay. Now, if it can't get back inside the +1 here, I'm gonna be done. Because this is plenty of points. And just see what we get. Still watching. I mean, we still have the view up from the low and RTH view ups all down here. This is the 30-second London opening range. So we have all these spots down here to get into if we want to see continuation. Or if this is just going to be a bounce day, we're just going to have to wait for. Okay, let's definitely come and bouncing off this for now. Yeah, if this is a bounce day, we're going to have to wait for way lower. But if we can get back in there, get a new high. Let's see. Show me what you got. Well, the thing about that, Jesse, is that if you don't look at ES, then you don't know what it's doing. It's great. And I just have a single laptop screen. So guess what we're doing today? Just trading one market. Is there divergence? Possibly. Do we get to know about it? Sure don't. It's a lot like deleting a level that you don't want to exist anymore. It's the same thing. If you don't look at a market, does it really exist? If a trader gets stopped out and it makes no sound, does it really wait? How would that go? If a trader gets stopped out in the woods, but no one is there to see the stop run, does it make a sound? I think it's probably the trader making noise. Probably throwing something across the room. Yeah. Those are questions for the simulation. Well, when the managers of the simulation come back after the summer's over, I'll be sure to ask them that. Me too, Rogue. I can't listen to that thing. It gives me PTSD. I can't listen to the order filled dude or lady. Yeah, I heard that. I heard that trade of a guy way too much in my life. Stop filled. Stop filled. So I'm good on that. I gotta tell you, it must be a ton of selling. It's just really not getting anywhere. Add one more. And I'm gonna also couldn't figure out how to get my hotkeys to work. Isn't that annoying? Let's see. We're pushing up against this ledge. Holding the open. Holding the mid. Yeah, so you get to see me float over the actual close button today as opposed to having my finger on Alt, ready to press F. It's normally my go-to. Hmm. Must be doing something here. I got our color changing, which is good. Mm. $71.70. Yeah, this is right. This is pretty much right at the spot where if it's gonna bounce, it's gonna bounce. I mean, continue. This is a good pullback to continuation. We're testing this other node, the beginning of the other node. You kind of look for these nodes to separate and build little spots around themselves. If we're going to continue higher, we don't want to get back inside of that other value area. That's how you kind of look at nodes as they develop throughout the day. At least I do. They're their own little value areas. Everything's about like having a, you can have a high time frame value area. You can have a mid frame value area, micro rotations. It's all about the size of rotation that you're comfortable looking for, and comfortable taking profit on. Like if you're looking for 10 or 20 points, then you can look at 60-point rotations and, try to find a third of that rotation to take, to make money on. That's pretty much all you need. Come on, baby. Get that guy up there. Is this seller just this mad? Is that what's happening? I know, Wicks and Dreams. I know. It's me. I am the one that's trying to eat it. But it looks like it's getting stuffed up here too. But I don't see a passive seller. So, I mean, we've got that going for it. What do we have here? All right. So this ad was 70. We'll call that 75.50. So I'm going to we'll just get at it. I'll try to pop this 90 if we get it. For that ad to take 15. I'm going to watch this spot here too. So if we can't get back in to the +1, then we're talking range day city. And then I'll wait for probably like 345, 340 area to get a retest if we're going to retrace back through that other node. You got to want it. You got to want it. The bid doesn't want it. I want it. The bid doesn't want it. So that was good. Hop water, pretty good. Interesting use of the hop. I've never put it in water like that. Just because, I mean, making your own soda water is not as easy as you'd think. At least kegging it and having it like, see, I don't like seeing that. We'll see where this candle ends up. Why are some up candles red? These are they're not the blue and the blue and the red are not indicative of the candle close. So great. I don't really like that rejection. The blue and the red are colored by a tool called Delta Map, and it's showing you the like the delta of the candle itself. So it's whichever side is dominating it. These are more neutral colors. So the neutral red and the neutral blue, this is like in the middle. White, like the whiter the blue is, the more intense bid delta is, and then the brighter the red is, the more intense the offer delta is in those volume candles. Yeah, this is not great. Yeah, we got a war up here. Red team, blue team. And red team could not even get back into the 80s there with that big push. The thing about it, Firmament, is that like when you're making things that aren't, and I don't know this because I haven't tried to do this yet, but when you're making things that are not actually fermenting, you have to be really careful with the pH because the fermentation process puts the liquid in a pH that is, potable for humans. If you don't have that, bacteria eliminating process, you can very easily make yourself sick. So it's important to manage that pH level too, which you can do, after the fact. You get your NPH, and then you can adjust that manually to make it drinkable. But you have to keep an eye on that, which is also why it's hard to. I mean, lots of people don't know this, but even the like when you're at a bar, the draft lines that go from the keg to the draft where they pour the beer, the alcohol inside of those draft lines is actually enough to keep most bad bacteria from entering that system. And if you just have water, that is not actively fighting that bacteria for you in the same way that beer would be doing it. So that's why it's a little more sketchy to, keg your own soda water at home and run it through a keg line, because you don't really have anything actively working against that bacteria for you, which you need. There you go, Mario. What's up, homie? Yep. Phosphoric or lactic acid. Two good solutions for that. Oh, we got another pop again into that cellar. Let's see if we can get up there. Science with Stowe. Hey, Waffles, what's up? Yeah, I mean, it's just that's why I got into beer in the first place. Is it's really cool. It's making beer is like a combination between being a very basic scientist and a plumber at the same time. So it's fun, and there's lots of physics involved too. Fractal, I'll have to get a proper pH meter. The strips are not good enough. When I was just doing testing water to make beer, when I was actually fermenting alcohol and able to see the results of that, you can just get away with the strips. But if you need to make it, like, if you need to be watching it every day, yeah, I got to get a meter. No, I don't I don't really like liquor at all. Not a whiskey guy, never have been. So plus you can blow yourself up pretty quickly distilling things. It's still dangerous to brew beer for sure. But you're not in a pressurized environment in the alcohol creation process. You're just in a pressurized environment in the in some of the fermenting processes. Oh man, this is really disappointing. This short's coming back, or these sellers are coming back at me. Oh, good. That's cool, Mario. That's awesome. You're a brewer too. I was only a brewer for a couple years professionally. I did not receive the title of brewmaster, but I studied under some very, very smart people. Yes, Curtis, of course. You do have to still clean beer lines. I'm just saying that, like, yeah, and you should do it at least once a week if you're a good establishment. But I'm just saying you get much worse bacteria in there. How often do I experience slippage? Not often. I mean, it's more something that I run into when I'm trading MNQ, looking at NQ, because oftentimes during a large move, like if there's a stop run or something like that. Sometimes, NQ will fill and MNQ will not fill. So I kind of get slipped like that a little more, but I don't really. No, I don't run into any slippage really at all. I also don't trade during any sort of news folder event ever. So I'm not really in a position to get slipped around other than with random market news that is not planned. Oh, no, I don't. Kvass? No, I do not know what that is. Oh, right. I've seen that, Jeff. Yeah, I have watched that show a bunch. I forget what channel that was on. Maybe it was like on HBO or something, but it was like a cooking show for distilling, and they would you had to build your distillery, and then you watch people run through the things, and it's like they're trying to get the taste right between the first runnings and the final runnings. And then they also need to get their proof correct and all this stuff. It was super interesting. But also they're just sipping moonshine all day. And I'm like, bro, that seems crazy. Oh, I play guitar. Gecko. And the bass, technically, but I don't really play bass in a band. Haven't in a long time. Oh, R.I.P. Hulk Hogan.
So,
hey, what's up, Jim?
how's the beach bums?
It's cool, man. Chilling. How are the working stiffs?
Oh my goodness. Well, we're still working, man.
All right, cool. That's good.
Yeah.
I got a little bit of work in today. Not too much. Too much.
Well, I love I love looking at your position tracker when I see the risk reward ratio. Oh, it just changed.
Yep. Well, we got filled.
There you
on
go.
our ad. So now we'll pull that baby up. There you go. You can check
But
it out now.
It's still 30-1. I like that.
Not too bad. We're gonna try. We gotta run this 400, Jim. We gotta get it.
Yeah. You could do it, man.
Somebody needs to do it. This is the poorest high. I see the poorest high since the Mountain Dew can in high school.
So wait, what your targets? What's your real target here? 400?
I'm just gonna watch until it gets to this. I mean, let's see if we get a pop over these highs right now, and then based on that, I'll either flatten it or I'll just move this up here and drag my stop. But we need to start making a new volume node and leave this current one in order for me to be super convinced about that.
Well, the good news, I'm going to talk about this in a minute, is we're right up against the initial balance high.
Yeah.
And according to our friends at Edgeful, 62.5% chance of a break.
Yep. The only thing I don't like is that we're going up against, so the overnight low has broken. And for overnight high and overnight low to break, I know that stat is improbable. And also that stat haunts me.
Yeah.
So, it would be nice just to tick this 400.
Yeah.
I've wanted a big push up here like 8 times today. So
yeah.
I don't know. I don't know if it's in the cards.
No, you're looking good, man. And so correct me if I'm wrong, but I noticed you're doing double duty today.
Nope, I'm off today. I can't do this afternoon.
Okay.
It's actually going to be XY and Nick again.
Okay.
And then, but I am trading tomorrow morning from 11 to noon now. I'll just be in between hotels today, this afternoon. Yeah. So there was no way to do the afternoon one.
Oh, yeah. No worries. Okay. What do you mean in between hotels? You're going to a different hotel?
Yeah. So we stayed at this. So we stayed 3 days at this hotel we're at now, which is it's a crazy family resort thing. They have 2 pools and like a pirate ship shaped like a bunch of crazy stuff,
Yeah.
movie theater, and yeah. And then the next hotel is like more on the actual beach, so we can walk to the beach and do that stuff.
Nice.
Yeah. So
All
that
right.
should
I'm
be fun.
jealous.
The girls are having a blast. They've been swimming all morning. They're probably sleeping out there, actually.
Yeah, they get worn out, right?
Dude, I mean, you would think so, but like not really. Trying to get trying to get the kid to do anything to leave the water is mission impossible. She loves to swim so much. It's crazy.
I'm worn out just thinking about it.
Same. I mean, yesterday the waves were like 10 feet.
Oh, wow,
and
really?
and the kid wants to get in, and it's like, okay, so you're in charge of holding on to a 50-pound slippery 5-year-old in some mega waves for hours. So yeah, it'll wear you out quickly.
Oh, yeah, that sounds awesome. Well, enjoy yourself for sure, and thanks for doing Friday. I'm looking forward to talking to you again on Friday.
Yeah, no problem. Sounds good.
Yeah, sounds awesome, man. All right, let's hit that thumbs up button for Stowe. He's even on vacation. This guy's working hard, coming up with good trades. Look at the trade he's got going on. Anyway, great job, Stowe. I will talk to you tomorrow.
Thanks, brother. Thank you, chat. See you tomorrow.
All right. Real quick edge report here. This was kind of an interesting stat I found. We're looking at the micro NASDAQ. This is a 30-minute candle chart right here, and I went to edge full because right after the initial balance was formed, right here's the initial balance high right here, 23,400, 23,403 and then the initial balance low is way down here, right with that big wick at the bottom down there, and that's at 23,298 half. And I was like, all right, we have a tight range today. The range today is 124, as you can see by the my data bar that I added. The ATR is 228, so a tight range today. And I'm thinking, all right, we got to have a breakout one way or the other. What's the probability? So I went to Edge Full, and I typed it in. And over the last 6 months on a Thursday, 62.5% of the time, we actually had a breakout above, and I'm measuring wicks, right? I'm measuring wicks above the initial balance high. And so let's see what we did today. This high wick right here is 23,400 half. 23,400 half. We haven't had a single break yet. It missed it by one tick, and we sold off back down here. There's a 25% chance of a double break. In other words, we wick through the top of the initial balance, and we wick through the bottom of the bottom initial balance is way down there. Hasn't happened yet. I thought for sure we were going to do it when I was talking to Stowe, but we didn't so far. So right now, we're at the 12.5% no break stat. Will that continue? Who knows? But how does that help me? Well, as we approach either the initial balance high or the initial balance low, I can make a judgment call and say, okay, do I want to get long because we're going to get that single break up? Or do I want to get short because we're going to get that single break down? Because that's where the odds are, right? There's only a 12.5% chance. There's no way we're going to get a break here, right? So it could happen. It could happen for sure. But it's a very, very useful stat by Edgeful, and you could sort and filter this thing a million different ways from Sunday. Other than that, that Jack's 2 level is kind of defining the top of the recent range. Yeah, we poked up above it a little bit, but that Jack's 2 level is 23,400. And then above that is previous session's highs would be my next target if we do break out. And that's at 23,416 and 3/4. That's the previous session's high of the day. And then on the downside, of course, we have that call resistance and that gamma wall. We've already traded through it several different times, but buyers keep pushing us back up, and that's at 23,349. Also at the bottom of the initial of the value area. It's at the bottom of the value area. So far, kind of value area trading. Selling the value area when it gets toward the top of the value area, buying the value area when it gets to the bottom. The problem is we had a lot. You would have taken a lot of heat, and these are 30-minute candles too, so keep that in mind. Let's do the exact same thing with the Russell 2000 really quickly. The Russell 2000, I think I cut and pasted the stats on there. Yes, I did. They're just way over here on left-hand side of my screen. Same exact analysis, right? We have the initial balance high right here, and that's at 2286 spot 6. And the initial balance low down here, that's that white parallel lines that you see on my chart. That's 2274 spot 1. And sure enough, we broke through the bottom of that initial balance. Let's look at the stats. 76% we're going to get a single break, 24% we're going to get a double break, and a 0% chance we're going to get a no break. Now, we were at 0 right here, this previous 30-minute candle. We just pierced through it. And so what's my takeaway here? It's like, well, we broke on through. There's nothing but red candles, lower highs, lower lows, including the candle that we're on right now. So this is looking pretty bearish to me right now. But we did achieve that 76.4%. So we'll keep an eye on that to see if we can get a double break. But at this point, it's not looking very likely, even though the point of control is really nicely centered in the middle of the chart at 2281. Continued breakout to the downside gets us to S1 and that high vol level, approximately 2270. If you go a little bit further, you got that one-day min, mental Q one-day min at 2265. Those are downside targets. Upside targets, of course, are highs of the day, which is nicely situated above that 0 DTE gamma wall call resistance, and previous sessions highs way up here. So again, tight range. The range today, daily range 20.3. The average true range over 14 periods is 38.6, and that's been declining on a regular basis these last couple of weeks. So another really small range day in the stock index futures. That is today's Edge Report. I appreciate everybody being here at NinjaTrader Live. We had some great guests. We had some great live trading. All of them were awesome today. Looking forward to picking this up again this afternoon at 2:30. Me and Shelly are going to do a hot commodity report. And then we're going to have Nick and XYZ again trading the close from Order Flow Labs. Looking forward to that as well. Appreciate everybody going. Hit that subscribe button. It's free. Thumbs up button. Greatly appreciate you be part of this terrific community. We will see you this afternoon. Thank you for coming.